Հարգելի հյուրեր, խնդրում եմ նստել. Dear colleagues and participants, I kindly ask you to have your seats so we can start. Հարգելի հյուրեր, մասնակիցներ, գործընկերներ, սիրով ողջունում ենք ձեզ մեր համաժողովին, որը նվիրված է բազմաբնակարան շենքերի էներգոարդյունավետության դաշտի բարելավմանը եւ էներգետիկ աղքատության կրճատմանը։ Ուրախ ենք տեսնել ձեզ այստեղ եւ մաղթում ենք բոլորիս հաջող եւ արդյունավետ քննարկումներ այս երրորդյա համաժողովի ընթացքում։ Այժմ ես սիրով հրավիրում եմ բացման խոսքը ասելու Հայաստանի քաղաքաշինության կոմիտեի նախագահ պարոն Արմեն Ղուլարյանին։ Խնդրեմ պարոն Ղուլարյան։
Բարև ձեզ, համաժողովի հարգելի կազմակերպիչներ, գործընկերներ, հյուրեր, տիկնայք և պարոնայք։ Նախ և առաջ շնորհակալություն եմ հայտնում համաժողովի կազմակերպիչներին և աջակիցներին, մասնավորապես Habitat for Humanity Armenia հիմնադրամին, Միավորված ազգերի կազմակերպության զարգացման ծրագրին, ՄԱԿ-ի Եվրոպական տնտեսական հանձնաժողովին, ԱՄՆ միջազգային զարգացման գործակալությանը, Habitat for Humanity International կազմակերպությանը։ Եվ շատ ուրախ եմ, որ այսօր մենք միասին ենք և շատ ծանոթ դեմքեր եմ տեսնում, ողջունում եմ կրկին բոլոր մեր գործընկերներին։ Ինչպես համաժողովը Հայաստանում անցկացնելու համար, այնպես էլ համաժողովը համար առանցքային այս թեմայի ընտրման համար, ես երախտագիտությունս եմ հայտնում մեր գործընկերներին, որոնց ես թվարկեցի։ Բազմաբնակարան շենքերի էներգոարդյունավետության առնչվող հարցերը խիստ արդիական և հետաքրքրական են Հայաստանի համար և բնակֆոնդի էներգոարդյունավետության բարելավումը այլընտրանք չունի։ Այդ կապակցությամբ Հայաստանի Հանրապետության կառավարությունը հետևողականորեն գործադրում է հնարավոր ջանքերը էներգոարդյունավետության և էներգոխնայողության բարձրացման ուղղված իրավական և նորմատիվ տեխնիկական դաշտի բարելավմանը և առանձին ծրագրերի իրագործման համար ուղղված աշխատանքները։ Այսօր գործում են շուրջ 5 տասնյակ նորմեր, կանոններ, ստանդարտներ, խորհրդատվական ձեռնարկներ, ուղեցույցներ, որոնք անդրադառնում են էներգոարդյունավետության հարցերին, սկսած շինարարական նյութերից, տեխնոլոգիաներից, մինչև նախագծում, կառուցում, ջերմամեկուսացում, մոնիտորինգ, աուդիտ, ինչպես նաև օգտագործող բոլոր սարքավորումներ։ Դրանցից մասնավորապես ուզում եմ շեշտադրել դեռևս 2016 թվականին ընդունված օրենքը, որով ամրագրվել է, որ նոր կառուցվող բազմաբնակարան շենքերում էներգոխնայողության և էներգոարդյունավետության պարտադիր տեխնիկական պահանջները պետք է պահպանվեն նախագծողների, կառուցապատողների և շահագործման ընդունող ընկերությունների կողմից։ Սա նոր կառուցվող շենքերի մասով։ Միաժամանակ հաշվի առնելով գոյություն ունեցող բազմաբնակարան շենքերում էներգոխնայողության հսկայական պոտենցիալը, կառավարությունը առաջիկա տարիների ջանքերը ուղղված են լինելու բազմաբնակարան շենքերի պատշաճ պահպանման, շահագործման և արդիականացման հարցերին, որոնց թվում առանցքային տեղ են զբաղեցնում էներգոարդյունավետությունը և էներգոխնայողության միջոցառումները։ Մասնավորապես կառավարության 2021-2026 թվականների գործունեության միջոցառումների ծրագրով նախատեսված են քայլեր ուղղված բազմաբնակարան շենքերի կառավարման համակարգի բարելավմանը, մասնագիտացված կառավարման ինստիտուտի ներդրմանը, պահպանման և շահագործման գործառույթների իրականացման կայուն մեխանիզմների արմատավորմանը։ Ազգային ժողովի կողմից 2020 թվականին օրենքով և կառավարության կողմից 2021 թվականին ընդունված որոշմամբ ամրագրվել է բազմաբնակարան շենքերի պահպանման համար սեփականատերերի կողմից կատարվող վճարները անկախիկ եղանակով իրականացնելու պահանջը, ինչպես նաև հավաքագրված գումարներից պահուստային ֆոնդ ձևավորելու հնարավորությունը, ինչը կօգնի, որպեսզի շենքերը դիտարկվեն որպես ֆինանսապես առավել հուսալի գործընկեր և ներգրավեն տարբեր ծրագրերում։ 2022 թվականի տարեսկզբին հաստատվել են բազմաբնակարան շենքերի պահպանման և շահագործման արդիականացման, այդ թվում էներգոարդյունավետության և էներգոխնայողության բարձրացման կանոնները, որոնց հիման վրա նախատեսվում է մշակել բազմաբնակարան շենքի կառավարման, ինչպես նաև վերահսկողական գործողություններ իրականացնող անձանց կարողությունների բարձրացման ուղղված կրթական և վերապատրաստման դասընթացներ։ Նախորդ տարիներին մշակվել և շահագրգիռ մարմինների հետ լրամշակման արդյունքում կառավարության քննարկմանն է ներկայացվել շենքերի անձնագրավորման մասով օրենսդրական փաթեթը։ Մշակման փուլում է գտնվում նաև շենքերի էներգոարդյունավետության ապահովման, էներգոխնայողության գնահատման ցուցանիշներ, շինարարական նորմերը, որը ի դեպ ֆինանսավորվում է կառավարության կողմից։ Բացի դա, պետական աջակցությամբ սուբվենցիոն ծրագրերի շրջանակներում 2019 թվականից իրականացվում են բազմաբնակարան շենքերի ընդհանուր բաժնային սեփականության գույքի նորոգման, այդ թվում էներգոխնայող միջոցառումների կիրառման աշխատանքներ։ Այս աշխատանքները կյանքի են կոչվում պետական 45-ից մինչև 70% ֆինանսավորմամբ, որոշ դեպքերում նաև այդ ֆինանսավորման տոկոսները էլ ավելի մեծ են, հասնում են մինչև 80%։ Մնացած միջոցները ներեն դրվում համայնքների ինչպես նաև կլիմայի կանաչ հիմնադրամի կողմից միավորված ազգերի կազմակերպության զարգացման ծրագրերի կողմից իրականացվող շենքերի էներգոարդյունավետ արդիականացման ուղղված ներդրումների ռիսկերի նվազեցում ծրագրի աջակցությամբ, որը ի դեպ բավականի մեծ աջակցություն է նաև մեր այս պետական ծրագրի իրականացման գործում։ Ինչպես պետական, այնպես էլ միջազգային կառույցների աջակցությամբ իրականացվող ծրագրերը բացի դրական արդյունքներ ապահովելուց վերհանել են այն խնդիրները, որոնք խոչընդոտում են բազմաբնակարան շենքերի էներգոարդյունավետ բարձրացմանը ուղղված ծավալուն ծրագրերի իրականացմանը։ Ուրախությամբ պետք է նշեմ նաև, որ պետական ցանկացած նախաձեռնություն քննարկվում է բնագավառի մասնագիտական շրջանակների, ճարտարապետության և շինարարության Հայաստանի համալսարանի, ազգային համալսարանի, կառուցապատողների հայկական ասոցիացիայի, շինարարների միության, ճարտարապետների պալատի, նախագծային կազմակերպությունների, հասարակական կազմակերպությունների և իհարկե միջազգային կառույցների հետ և հատկապես ես կուզեի նշեի միջազգային ՄԱԿ-ի զարգացման ծրագրի հայաստանյան գրասենյակի, ինչպես նաև Habitat for Humanity կազմակերպություններին և կրկին ուզում եմ շնորհակալություն հայտնել մեր գործընկերներին։ Պետական նախաձեռնությունները նաև պետք է նշեմ, որ կյանքի են կոչվում մեր գործընկեր կառույցների, տարածքային կառավարման և ենթակառուցվածքների, շրջակա միջավայրի, էկոնոմիկայի և այլ շահագրգիռ գերատեսչությունների և մարմինների համատեղ ջանքերով։ Անհրաժեշտ է նշել, սակայն, որ ներդրված ջանքերը դեռևս հնարավորություն չեն տալիս ամբողջական իրականացնել մեր երկրում առկա պոտենցիալը։ Համաժողովի ընթացքում թեմային առավել մանրամասն կանդրադառնան, կարծում եմ, իմ գործընկերները։ Իսկ այժմ թույլ տվեք ևս մեկ անգամ շնորհակալություն հայտնել համաժողովի կազմակերպման համար, ողջունել մեր գործընկերներին, բոլոր մասնակիցներին և ցանկանալ հաջող ընթացք և արդյունավետ քննարկում մեր համաժողովին։ Եվ քանի որ երեկ մենք տոնեցինք կանանց միջազգային տոնը, ես առիթից օգտվելու կուզեի շնորհավորեի մասնակից բոլոր կանանց, ցանկանայի առողջություն, հաջողություն և ցանկանալ բոլորից և լծվենք բոլորս աշխարհում խաղաղություն ամրապնդելու համար։ Եվ նաև ես կուզեի նշեի, որ մեր համագործակցության արդյունքում մենք ունեցել ենք նաև քննարկում ՄԱԿ-ի զարգացման, ՄԱԿ-ի Եվրոպական տնտեսական հանձնաժողովի մեր համակարգող գործընկերների հետ և հատուկ քննարկել ենք տեղական շինանյութերի արտադրության այնպիսի շինարարության նյութերի արտադրության, որոնք մեծապես աջակցում են էներգոարդյունավետությանը և էներգոխնայողությանը։ Սա որպեսզի չմոռանամ։ Շնորհակալություն կրկին և հաջողություններ եմ մաղթում բոլորիս։ Շնորհակալություն։
Շնորհակալություն պարոն Ղուլոյան, շատ հետաքրքիր խոսքի համար և բարեմաղթանքների համար։ Այժմ ես եւ հրավիրում եմ մեր հաջորդ խոսնակին իր բացման խոսքով հանդես գալու, Միացյալ Ազգերի զարգացման ծրագրի հայաստանյան գրասենյակի մշտական ներկայացուցիչ պարոն Կոստանտին Սոկուլսկին։ Նա այսօր չի կարողացել անձամբ գտնվել այստեղ եւ կմիանա առցանց։ Please, Mr. Sokulski.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Mr. Kularian, dear Mr. Zubinski, dear Mr. Hesway, distinguished partners, colleagues, and media representatives. I am pleased to be at this important event today devoted to the market mechanism to promote energy efficiency in residential sector. We see it as an important element of green transition in the country. Energy efficiency is a no-regret measure and one of the priority areas for achieving sustainable development goals and meeting universal targets of the Paris Agreement. It is also critical for ensuring ambitious targets set by Armenia for limiting greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030 compared to 1990 levels. Proactive introduction of the energy efficiency measures advances Armenia's energy security. They also help reduce the burden of high and increasing energy prices on households, municipalities, private businesses, and other organizations. Since 2000, UNDP has been supporting the government of Armenia on various aspects of climate change, with special emphasis on energy efficiency policy development. This important work included mainstreaming climate mitigation across different sectors of the economy, introducing new technologies, brokering new partnerships and funding sources, and building capacity among national institutions and raising awareness across a multitude of stakeholders to create tangible transformational change in the behavior of the public and policymakers alike. UNDP Armenia is one of the pioneers supporting the government in development of energy efficiency related standards and regulations. We have been instrumental in modernizing legislation as well as adoption of respective building codes and international standards in the sector of buildings and energy. It includes law on multi-apartment building management, building codes for thermal protection of buildings, climatology, and lighting. It also includes national standards for energy audit and building energy passports and certificates, as well as a number of Euro norms and ISO standards. Recently, we have scaled up our cooperation with the Ministry of Territorial Administration and Infrastructure within the state subvention program. During the past 2 years of cooperation, more than 80 residential and public buildings in 14 communities across the country were retrofitted, with energy efficiency improved more than twofold, and vulnerable residents benefiting from lower utility costs. In cooperation with Yerevan Energy Efficiency Project, financed by the European Investment Bank, UNDP has supported about 50 kindergartens by providing technical assistance, including seismic surveys, energy audits, full design development, and also now quality control during construction of 11 kindergartens. Dear colleagues, I would also like to highlight previous fruitful cooperation between UNDP and UNECE, as well as between UNDP and Habitat for Humanity and USAID. In particular, recalling the jointly organized 6th International Forum on Energy and Sustainable Development, held in Yerevan in 2015, knowledge sharing on management and financing of energy efficiency in multi-apartment buildings in 2018, joint event on energy efficiency standards and technologies in buildings in 2019, as well as periodically organized energy efficiency scientific conferences. To conclude, UNDP stands ready to further support green transition in Armenia by promoting energy efficient and environment-friendly solutions for the benefit of all people in this beautiful country. Dear colleagues, I wish all of you productive discussions and of course, stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sokolsky. Այժմ ես հրավիրում եմ ամենամիջազգային զարգացման գործակալության Հայաստանի տնօրեն պարոն Ջոն Ալելոյին հանդես գալու իր բացման խոսքով։ Խնդրեմ պարոն Ալելո, please.
Colleagues, partners, distinguished guests, good afternoon. It is truly my pleasure to be here with you and help you open this event. As has been commented by the speakers so far, I'd like to echo also the importance of energy efficiency. Energy efficiency, as you know, is a critical tool for addressing climate change and for ensuring that Armenia has a reliable and affordable supply of energy. I'm encouraged that this topic will be discussed during this conference, and I'm sure the presentations and the discussions over the next few days will generate many valuable insights into both policy and the private sector, because it needs to address both. Residential energy efficiency is just one of the ways that USAID is partnering with Armenia in the energy sector to reduce its dependence on foreign energy inputs. Energy market liberalization and increasing the uptake of renewable energy technology are two other important ways that we are working to ensure a reliable energy supply for the country and to promote greater energy security. As you know, the energy sector in Armenia has undergone significant changes in the last few years. That transformation continued just last month with the launch of the open wholesale energy market, which is a first step in providing greater choice to Armenians in their electricity supply. In their electricity supply. USAID has provided critical support to the Public Service Regulatory Commission and the market operator to get to this point, and we continue to work closely with them to ensure this new market is a success. Since its launch in February, the wholesale energy market is already generating important lessons about the market, about how the market operates, creates opportunities for new players to enter the market, and helps to transition to a larger proportion of Armenia's electricity being competitively traded. Ultimately, a more open and competitive electricity market will deliver lower energy costs for Armenia consumers while offering greater reliability. Market-driven solutions are the cornerstone of improving the reliability of Armenia's energy supply. I am pleased that the focus of this conference is on identifying market-driven solutions to the challenges of improving energy efficiency. USAID places a strong emphasis on working with the private sector, not just as stakeholders, but as potential partners. This is critical to ensuring the sustainability and stability of our interventions. Looking ahead, USAID is expecting to launch a new energy activity that will advance greater renewable energy generation and energy efficiency through continued reforms of the enabling environment, pilot projects, and better research. Renewables are an increasingly competitive source of electricity and are a key part of Armenia's energy development strategy through 2040. Therefore, I want to commend the Residential Energy Efficiency for Low-Income Households activity for its efforts in Armenia and the region. Through these efforts, they've improved the energy efficiency of nearly 500 apartments in Yerevan and validated a model that the Yerevan municipality and other cities in Armenia can now use to improve energy efficiency in a sustainable and market-driven manner. USAID will continue to partner with Armenia in the energy sector to improve Armenia's energy security and economic resilience. I wish you great success in your deliberations over the next couple of days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Alelo. And now, այժմ ես ցանկանում եմ հրավիրել մեր հաջորդ խոսնակին, Habitat for Humanity International փոխնախագահ, պարոն Rick Hetway-ին հանդես գալու իր բացման խոսքով. Please, Mr. Hetway, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm so sorry I can't be with you here. I'm calling you from Warsaw, Poland, where Habitat for Humanity is leading an effort to provide shelter for refugees. Dear distinguished speakers from national government, partners, conference participants, and colleagues, on behalf of Habitat for Humanity International, let me greet you at this opening session of the conference jointly organized by Habitat Armenia, UNDP, UNECE, in partnership with USAID and Habitat for Humanity, which is dedicated to unveiling market opportunities for boosting residential energy efficiency and alleviating energy poverty. The maintenance and energy efficiency renovation of owner-occupied multi-apartment buildings in Central and Eastern Europe is, in the broad sense, the biggest housing challenge we face in the region when it comes to affordability, energy poverty, climate change, and air pollution. Due to historic reasons, namely the mass privatization of this housing stock in the early 90s, a huge portion of the population live in multi-apartment buildings where they own their flat, but don't have the means of investing in maintenance and energy efficiency of their commonly owned building, nor do they have good supporting structures and traditions how to cooperate together. The result is a deteriorating housing stock, growing energy poverty. So no wonder that from Bratislava to Yerevan and from Warsaw to Skopje, we're talking about the society of poor homeowners in many countries in this broad region. Habitat for Humanity and USAID started to cooperate on the renovation of multi-apartment buildings more than 10 years ago. The first program started in North Macedonia, and then the Relay project started in Armenia and in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And we're very grateful for USAID for the continuous support. Without USAID, the results we talk about at this conference would not have been possible. In the last decade in these three countries, we've renovated a number of buildings to demonstrate that it can be done in underdeveloped markets. At the same time, we help broker deals with financing organizations to provide loans for renovations. We worked a lot with homeowner associations by organizing several trainings and meetings where we both raised awareness about the relevance of energy efficiency and help community decision-making to invest into their buildings. We also work closely with municipalities in several cities to provide subsidies for homeowners associations for the renovations. We also help municipal and national governments to come up with better energy action plans and long-term renovation strategies. Our biggest takeaway from all these activities and achievements is that we better understand now what we started to call the ecosystem of residential energy efficiency. To scale up the renovations of multi-apartment buildings, a lot of important actors and stakeholders should cooperate. Homeowners associations, municipalities, national governments, financing institutions, construction market players, utility companies, and energy experts. Most importantly, the families who live in these units. This cooperation does not and will not happen automatically. There's a need for mediating organizations who could facilitate this cooperation and balance the interests between the different actors. Also, you need community facilitation and mobilization for homeowner associations so that they understand the benefits of energy efficiency and decide together on joint ventures. That's why our main policy request is to include this kind of stakeholder and community facilitation into the technical assistance governments and key donors can and should provide. We'll be able to significantly scale up the renovation in this region only if we put the people, the homeowners at the center, and we provide this complex technical assistance in a sustainable way. This is what we've been doing together with USAID and many partners in the Relay project. I'm very grateful for all of our colleagues and partners who worked very hard to introduce the notion of residential energy efficiency in Armenia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and North Macedonia, and for advocating for more efficient policies. In recent years, we've been cooperating on this issue with UNECE as well as UNDP, which are key stakeholders in this region when it comes to housing and energy policy. We're very honored that we could organize this conference along with these partners. We're very grateful to all the speakers, moderators, and colleagues who will contribute to the meaningful discussion and exchange of ideas and best practices. I'd also like to greet our committed audience online and in person there who will participate in the sessions in the coming 3 days. We wish you a great conference in forging new partnerships to ensure that all citizens across this region have a warm, efficient, decent place to live. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hathaway. Այժմ ես մեծ սիրով հրավիրում եմ ՄԱԿ-ի Եվրոպական տնտեսական հանձնաժողովի կանոն էներգիայի բաժնի տարածաշրջանային խորհրդատու պարոն Ալեկ Դյուբինսկին. Please, Mr. Dubinsky, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Varsenik. Thank you, colleagues, friends. I would like to, first of all, express my gratitude to the government of Armenia and to the, in particular, to the Urban Development Committee and Mr. Gularian for inviting us to this event, for hosting this event. We all know Armenian hospitality and we appreciate it very much. Many thanks to our partners in organizing this conference, Habitat for Humanity, both Habitat for Humanity Armenia and Habitat for Humanity International, and colleagues from UNDP Armenia. We have a long-standing partnership on so many things, mostly indeed related to energy efficiency in buildings, and this event continues this productive and fruitful cooperation. I would like to say that probably in this situation, we don't live in a vacuum. We live in a world that is very interconnected. So a few lines that I will quote now from the United Nations key messages on Ukraine are very relevant to the topic of this conference. And I will tell you why after I read them. This war must stop now. Again, I emphasize, these are official United Nations key messages. The people in Ukraine desperately need peace, and the people around the world demand it. We must give peace a chance. The war is not irreversible. The Secretary General calls for an immediate cessation of hostilities and the withdrawal of all Russian troops from the territory of Ukraine. The invasion by the Russian Federation is a violation of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. Such unilateral measures are inconsistent with the principles of the United Nations Charter. Now you may ask why I quote these particular messages. How is it related to the topic of our conference, which is unveiling market opportunities for boosting residential energy efficiency and alleviating energy poverty? I think you know the answer. Unfortunately, Armenia knows firsthand what war means, what suffering from the war means, how many people die as a result of war. When rockets and bombs hit your apartment building, you probably don't think that much about its energy efficiency. That is one reason. Another reason is that as a result of this war, we will see huge humanitarian disaster. We already see it. We know that more than 2 million people are now refugees who fled Ukraine. We have heard from the colleague from Habitat for Humanity that they currently work, and I would like to say this is very important work in Poland in helping people to get their temporary housing. Energy poverty will increase not only in Ukraine, we know that. We have seen energy prices skyrocketing all over the world, in Europe in particular. So this will be a problem, and we will have to try to find solutions to that. We need peace. We also need, and here I come to the importance of this conference and importance of what we will discuss here, that energy efficiency will be critically important to alleviate energy poverty, to help people live in more comfortable conditions, and to manage to have their energy more affordable. So this is all critically important. I kindly ask you to honor with a minute of silence children, women, and men who died in Ukraine lately. Thank you all, and I hope we'll have a very successful conference that will bring the results we will count on, and we will have important ideas, solutions to improve energy efficiency in buildings. We as UNECE, as UN, will work hard on achieving this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dubinsky. Now we are starting the first session of the conference. Այժմ մենք սկսում ենք առաջին նիստը մեր համաժողովի։ Առաջին նիստը կվարի Տիկին Զիտա Կակալեչնիկովա, ով Habitat for Humanity International-ի բնակելի շենքի էներգետիկ ծրագրերի ղեկավարն է Եվրոպայի մերձավոր արևելքի եւ Աֆրիկայի տարածաշրջանում։ Եվ ես նաև հրավիրում եմ խոսնակներին առաջին նիստի, ովքեր անձամբ ներկա են այսօր դահլիճում, դեպի նախագահական սեղան, պրեզիդիում, խնդրեմ, մոտեցեք, մենք ունենք 6 խոսնակ, որից 3-ը կմասնակցեն առցանց։ Zita, the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Varsenik. I hope you can hear me well. Please let me know in case there are any connection problems. My name is Zita Kakalejčíková. I work for Habitat for Humanity International, and I am the project manager of the RELY project that is implemented by Habitat for Humanity International and USAID, regionally in Europe and nationally in Armenia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and North Macedonia. And thank you for this great privilege of moderating the first session of this wonderful conference. The first session, we will talk about creating the market drivers for promoting residential energy efficiency. And we will have 6 speakers that will talk about practical examples, how this can be done. And I'm really, really looking forward to all of these presentations. I will just present one by one each speaker, and then we will go to separate presentations, and hopefully at the end of the session, we will have few minutes to discuss also with the audience, if the audience has any questions, or among the speakers as well. So we will start have presentations from the field, and we are starting with the RELY project itself, which is a project of Habitat for Humanity International and USAID. We will be starting with Liliana Alcheva, who is the Deputy Director from Habitat for Humanity Macedonia, and Liliana will be presenting the RELY project in Macedonia. Then we will go to Bosnia and Herzegovina, and we will have Jasmin Gabela, who is the Executive Director from ENOVA, from Bosnia and Herzegovina. And after Jasmin, we will have Varsenik, whom I think most of you know. And Varsenik is a RELY project manager, and she will be presenting the RELY project in Armenia, implemented by Habitat for Humanity Armenia. After Varsenik, we will stay in Armenia, and we will have Vahram Yalalyan, who is the project coordinator from UNDP Armenia. And we will have another project example from Armenia. After Vahram, we will move a little bit to the region, and we will have Johann Strese from Germany, from Housing Initiative for Eastern Europe, EVO. And Johann will be presenting several project examples that they are having. And last but not least, of course, we will have Andres Jadla, who is the chairman of the management board for Estonian Union of cooperative housing associations, and Andres will present us the examples from Estonia. So I'm really looking forward to all of these presentations. I believe we will have also great discussions at the end. I don't want to take more time. I just want to give the floor now to Liliana to present us her example from Macedonia. Liliana, please.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. It's my great honor to attend this conference even virtually, and it's a pity that I couldn't come at the wonderful and beautiful Yerevan. I promise next time I will come for the 4th time in my life and enjoy the Armenian hospitality. I will present now to the presentation. Unfortunately, I cannot share the screen. Is it centralized or? Okay. Is it? Can you see the screen right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can see the presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. In this presentation, I will talk more about the energy efficiency refurbishment of multifamily apartment buildings in Macedonia. That Habitat Macedonia started as an activity in 2009, then continued with the USAID financed project improving energy efficiency for the low-income household that was in the period from 2011-2015, and in 2017 joined the RELY project. So I will talk more general about the refurbishment of multifamily apartment buildings, about the ecosystem of which is actually where we are implementing our activities, and at the end we'll tell something about the Habitat Macedonia role in energy efficiency of multifamily apartment buildings. So speaking about the market, speaking with the market logic about the energy efficiency of multifamily apartment buildings, there is a big investment potential for that. And if we say that in Macedonia, there are about 12,000 multifamily apartment buildings with around 770,000 dwellings, that means that the investment potential for retrofitting this housing stock is about 500 million euros. That is actually something that has to be carefully concerned by the companies, also by the governmental institutions and other stakeholders in the sector. The whole ecosystem of for retrofitting consists of 3 main elements. That is the management of multifamily apartment buildings, financing of the retrofittings, and the technology methods, technical methods for energy efficiency improvements, and all that is around with the legislative framework. In Macedonia, we have a legal framework that is lacking behind the actual situation in the country. The housing law was enacted in 2009, and since 2009 until 2016, there were 10 changes and amendments of that law. That shows that the housing law has some inconsistencies and is in collision with some of the existing laws and needs urgent improvements. There is an ongoing process for changing in the housing law, and Habitat Macedonia is a part of that process, or actually has initiated and has a crucial role in that process. Speaking about the strategy for housing, it's outdated since 2012, and there is no strategy for housing. This shows that the housing, and especially the housing in multifamily apartment buildings, is not a top priority of Macedonian government. So there are some initiatives for preparation of the national long-term strategy for energy efficiency renovation of the building, but that strategy is still under the preparation. And Habitat Macedonia, in the frame of the RELY project, is supporting the preparation of Tabula methodology, which is a typology of buildings. We are working also on that field and supporting the government for the preparation of long-term renovation strategy. I was asked by Varsenik to explain the structure of the and the stakeholders in the housing sector, and especially related with retrofitting of the multifamily apartment buildings. This complicated structure also contributes to not full implementation of the housing law. So housing in general is a duty of the Ministry of Transport and Communication, while the social housing is responsibility of the Ministry of Labor and Social Policy. So the construction of the social houses, social apartments, is a responsibility of the Ministry of Transport, while the distribution of those apartments to the socially vulnerable groups is the responsibility of Ministry of Labor and Social Policy. Also, there is an independent state body called the Regulatory Commission for Housing that was established after the housing law was enacted. And this regulatory commission is responsible mainly for regulating the relations among different stakeholders in the sector, but their main role at the moment is to issue license for the licensed building management companies. There is also homeowner association who can be registered as a legal entities and have equal rights and responsibilities as a building management companies. I mentioned the building management companies who are privately owned companies and are competing among themselves in the controlled market. They are organized under the Chamber of Commerce of Building Managers, which is an economic category of organization of these companies. And also there are a body who is in the multifamily apartment buildings and is called Council of Homeowners. All homeowners in the apartment buildings are member of this council, and they are actually a decision makers during all processes that are coming in the multifamily apartment buildings. So according to the law, there are two forms of management. If we are talking about the management, one is the building management company, another one is the homeowner association that makes this area, in one way give more opportunities for the homeowners, but in other manner it complicates the work of the sector. So now according to the regulatory commission, there are 88 companies who have a management license, and only 60 of them are active in 2021. Also, there is a trend that most of the homeowner associations who were registered at the central register, now they are ceasing their operations, and now there are 2,061 homeowner associations that are active and working on management of multifamily apartment buildings. This is also very important about the financing, that commercial banks are providing loans for energy efficiency, but most of those loans are not going directly to the homeowners in the multifamily apartment buildings, but are mainly used by the individual, for the individual houses, or even if they are used in the multifamily apartment buildings for purchasing of home appliances. The National Fund for Building Renovation is not established yet. It is prescribed in the Law for Energy Efficiency that was enacted in February 2021. The only fund that is available for the multifamily apartment buildings and the homeowners is the Residential Energy Efficiency Revolving Fund that was established by in 2000 during the project Improving Energy Efficiency for the Low-Income Households, and Habitat Macedonia is operating with that fund. through this project and through this fund, 70 multifamily apartment buildings has been renovated, and now that fund is still active. To motivate the commercial banks to provide loans for the homeowners under the frame of RELY project, we've established a so-called guarantee fund that can be used by the commercial banks in case of when they are giving loan to the homeowner association and the homeowner association is not repaying the loan. There are some problems with the loan repayments. There are some limited subsidies from the government, but they are not very much affected the renovation and retrofitting of multifamily apartment buildings. About the technology, I will not talk nothing about that. The most used insulation material for the facade is styrofoam, and there are a lot of companies who are eager to work, and this is also, as I said at the beginning, a very good opportunity for the companies and for the market operation. This is the last slide. I've mentioned several times, but here I would like to emphasize that the Habitat Macedonia has a crucial role in the energy efficiency of multifamily apartment buildings in Macedonia, a part of the direct renovation and financing through the Energy Efficiency Revolving Fund. We are also working on the education, capacity building of homeowners, municipalities, and other stakeholders in the sector. And based on that, I need to give prize to the colleagues that Habitat Macedonia win the Energy Globe Award in 2018. That for the renovation of 60 buildings till that time. And this was awarded because the annual savings with that quantum of renovation is saving 7,910 megawatt hours and a reduction of CO2 emission of 3,670 tons. So that's all from my side. I've tried to give you an overview of what we are doing and the complexity of the energy efficiency renovation of multifamily apartment buildings. Thanks for the attention.
Thank you very much, Liliana. Thank you for this overview. I think it's really important what you showed us, that how complex this whole ecosystem is, and what are the main elements you need to address, and who are the main stakeholders that you need to work with, and how to motivate all of them. So thank you very much for this. And I believe we can discuss this further on if we have time. And I just encourage also the audience offline and also online. If you're online, you can put your questions in the chat. If you are in person and you are lucky and you are in Yerevan, please just prepare your questions, and at the end we might have some time for questions. So thank you very much. And we can now move to the next speaker, and I give the floor to Yasmin Gabela, who will be presenting the case from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Yasmin, if you can hear me. Okay, I cannot hear Yasmin or see him. I'm not sure if others can. If not, I think we can skip for now Yasmin and see if Yasmin can connect further on. And then we can go to another example from Armenia. And Varsanik, if that's okay, I will give the floor to you to present the case of Habitat for Humanity Armenia and the RELY project. Varsanik, please.
Thank you, Zita. And I also want to ask all the speakers of this session because somehow we got not much time for left. Therefore, we have to squeeze our presentations for about 7 minutes each of us who still need to present. Habitat for Humanity Armenia started its operation in Armenia since 2013, and through our implementation of the project, we encountered a number of market and policy gaps, which I would like to address now. And then I will also talk about what kind of solutions we gave in order to solve the situation. So first of all, the management of multi-apartment buildings is very poor in Armenia because no qualification requirements are set by law for the managers of residential buildings. Next, we have low collection rate of the maintenance fees because of lack of transparency in managing the residential buildings management funds and lack of effective mechanisms for the collection of the fees. When we entered the market, there was no banking product available for homeowner association for the renovation of the buildings. Banks see high risks in lending to homeowner associations. We have lack of availability of technical and energy data of residential buildings. And this is very important factor for the decision making by the managers of the buildings and also by the policymakers and the tenants of the buildings. There is low level of awareness of energy efficiency investments, benefits, and savings. And the investments have a long payback period when we are talking about full retrofitting all the buildings. And the people have low awareness level. At the same time, they have low financial capacities in order to invest in such measures. And then we have homeowners' wrong perceptions about the maintenance of the buildings. They think that the state shall take over the maintenance of the buildings and they shall do no investment in the buildings. So therefore, Habitat Armenia focused its activities in 4 dimensions, providing access to the finance, doing helping to do legal reform in the residential buildings management field, building capacities of homeowner associations and awareness raising for the tenants regarding EE measures. We developed 2 financial models. The first one was in cooperation with the municipality and the financial institution, where municipality would provide subsidies. And through this mechanism, homeowner associations could do renovation in about 40 buildings. And then we introduced a guarantee fund, which helped to provide banking products with preferential terms, that is with lower interest rate and with up to 50% guaranteeing the security of the loan. And through this mechanism, homeowner associations could take loans without the subsidy of municipality, which means that the financial model become more sustainable. We did capacity building for the homeowner associations regarding the energy efficiency measures and financial mechanism for the residential buildings management. And as a result, we had 7 more buildings renovated and 6 new homeowner associations engaged in the project. We did trainings for the homeowners, and in order to raise their awareness about the benefits of the measures, energy efficiency measures in the buildings and inside their flats. And at the end, we did also post-training monitoring in order to understand the result of the training. And it showed that about 70% of participants, they did any kind of energy efficiency measure in the building, or just they switched to a smart energy use behavior. So with the, for example, about 60%, they replaced the old bulbs with the LED light bulbs. 8% did thermal insulation of external walls of the apartment, and about 40% started using energy more efficiently by merely switching off the lights when they are not in use. Next, Habitat Armenia engaged in advocacy activities since 2015 and provided its suggestions to the State Urban Development Committee, which were based on the best case examples from Visegrad countries and also from Habitat Armenia's own experience of project implementation. In 2020, we had the first success where the law regarding the payments of the maintenance fees has been reformed and introducing online payment system and one bank, one building, one bank account system. So this is this makes transparent the payments of the funds for the maintenance of the building. However, at this moment, we need to make an enforcement mechanism in order to have better payment, online payment, because this is something new for the tenants to do. And we have temporary drop in the rate of the collection fee. So I would just like to conclude that the learnings from our project indicate that we need to continue the improvement of the legal regulatory environment. We need to make the housing management system more professional. We need to introduce low-cost financial products for homeowner associations for the renovation of the buildings. We need to continue increasing awareness of homeowners on energy efficiency measures in the buildings and their benefits. And we need to do also research for low-cost insulation materials, because currently the current materials have high cost and require high investments, which our tenants are not able to cover. So that's all about my presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer at the end of the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Varsenik. Thank you for your presentation and sharing this example with us. I think you have raised so many important points that, first of all, it's important to identify the market barriers as well in order to figure out what you need to boost in order to have the residential energy efficiency improvements in multi-apartment buildings. And you gave us so many examples that the cooperation is needed between all the stakeholders, like you mentioned, with the municipalities, with the banks, in order to have the financial schemes. And I think what you raised the most is that really the homeowners are in the center. And if you don't work with the homeowners, don't do the trainings and really inform them, not much will happen, as they are really in the center. So thank you very much for this. We will now move to another example from Armenia, and I give the floor to Vahram to present the project from UNDP. Vahram, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I can see the presentation. So, in sake of time, I will try to go as short as possible, but I need to see the presentation. Yeah. Is it working?
Yes, we can see.
So, yeah, I will not stop on the project details. I mean, we'll just say that this is the one of the largest projects in the region financed by GCF. It's a 6-year, $20 million USD project initiated in 2017 and still to go till mid-2023, unless we got an extension for additional 12 months. The project has mainly 4 components, but I will stop today on the component 4, which is investment component, because the other 3 are soft part of the project, and this one is exactly which goes into the energy efficiency of buildings. So initially it was planned to blend these grant resources with a sovereign loan back in 2016 when the project was prepared, which did not happen. So now we work in multiple directions. In particular, I would like to present our cooperation with the Ministry on Territorial Development and Infrastructure in frames of the state subvention program. We started to negotiate with the government in 2019, as Mr. Gulayan mentioned during the opening, the chairman of the Urban Development Committee, to include energy efficiency in buildings, in residential buildings, as eligible measures in the state subvention program, because that's not the regular situation. The state subvention is supporting public buildings, public infrastructure like road construction, pipelines, watering, etc. And the residential buildings are not community owned, they're not community property. But it was agreed that retrofitting energy efficient buildings is bringing new colors to the community, increasing livelihood, resilience, etc. So in the first year, we got more than 150 applications from 24 communities on building retrofit all around Armenia. So in the year 2020, we got 32 buildings full retrofit. In last year, we got 42 buildings full retrofit. I mean, public and residential buildings, with the residentials prevailing. I'm not gonna stop on the benefits because a lot was told on that, but all of them are more than 50% energy efficiency, consequently more than 50% GHG emission reduction, and as a permanent benefit is the rise in property cost up to 10-15% of market value. So additional jobs were created because it's a construction sector, design sector, technical expertise, supervision, etc. You can see some samples of the buildings before and after. We got like 3 buildings in this community, 1 building here. You can see also the thermal image from the thermal drone on the retrofitted buildings. This is kind of speaking picture, what was before and after, because these buildings are typical and more to do in coming years. Another buildings in Stepanovan, 3 of those were opened recently, about a month ago. It was official opening of those. Also, we pay attention on the awareness raising and dissemination of the knowledge around specific SDGs, so painting facades using some SDG coloring. And this is the picture from the grand opening of that direction. This is only one direction on the Lori Mars, which was like 3 buildings in Spitak, 3 buildings in Stepanovan, and some 5 or 10 buildings in Tashir, but more to come. We probably will have another opening during this month or so. It's a continuous process. I mean, the subventions are open from January. We are reviewing the applications after the ministry and then supporting the developers of the designs. And when the designs are approved, our experts are working with the construction companies on site, except of the official like technical supervision. We are also providing the support and quality control, quality assurance, because the installation process itself is quite new still to most of the construction companies. I'm not going to stay on the behavioral change and awareness raising because we can talk a lot on this. It was a wide part of our project for the last 2 years on TVs and social media, etc. But I would ask to turn on the video instead with English subtitles, which take you some 7 minutes presenting this project from the beginning. Thank you.
Ողջույն, ես Էրիկ Անթարանյանն եմ, շենքերի էներգոարդյունավետ արդիականացման ծրագրի հանրային կապերի պատասխանատուն։ Առաջարկում եմ ձեզ ներկայացնել այս ծրագրի մանրամասները։ Շենքերի էներգոարդյունավետ արդիականացման ուղղված ներդրումների ռիսկերի նվազեցում ծրագիրն իրականացվում է Հայաստանում ՄԱԿ-ի զարգացման ծրագիրը, կլիմայի կանաչ հիմնադրամի ֆինանսավորմամբ, շրջակա միջավայրի նախարարության համակարգման ներքո։
Энергоэффективность жилых зданий – это уникальная возможность для Армении.
Հայաստանի համար բնակելի շենքերի էներգոարդյունավետության ապահովումը կլուծի մի շարք խնդիրներ, այդ թվում սոցիալական, տնտեսական եւ էկոլոգիական։ Ուզում եմ հատկապես ընդգծել Հայաստանի կառավարության համաֆինանսավորման կարևորությունը սուբվենցիոն ծրագրի գծով, առանց տարածաշրջանային զարգացման նախարարության համաֆինանսավորման եւ առանց շրջակա միջավայրի նախարարության աջակցության այս ծրագիրը անհնար կլիներ իրագործել։
Эта программа была бы невозможна.
ՄԱԿ-ի զարգացման ծրագրի եւ տարածքային կառավարման եւ ենթակառուցվածքների նախարարության միջև համագործակցության արդյունքում շենքերի էներգոարդյունավետ արդիականացման միջոցառումներն առաջին անգամ 2020 թվականին ընդգրկվեցին պետական սուբվենցիոն ծրագրով հասանելի միջոցառումների ցանկում։
Համայնքների ենթակառուցվածքների զարգացման ուղղված սուբվենցիոն ծրագրի շրջանակներում 2019 թվականին որոշում կայացվեց եւ համապատասխան փոփոխություններ օրենսդրական կատարվեցին, որպեսզի որպես բացառություն հնարավորություն լինի կիրառել բազմաբնակարան շենքերի էներգոարդյունավետության բարձրացման ծրագրերը, որպես բացառություն, ինչու համար, քանի որ սուբվենցիայի ծրագիրը նպատակաուղղված է համայնքի սեփականությունը պատկանող ֆոնդի զարգացմանն ու ավելացմանը։ Այդ իսկ պատճառով, քանի որ բազմաբնական շենքերի ընդհանուր բաժնային սեփականությունը հանդիսանում է քաղաքացիների սեփականությունը եւ կարեւորելով նաեւ հանրապետության բնակ ֆոնդի պահպանումը, որոշում կայացվեց ներառել բազմաբնակարան շենքերի էներգոարդյունավետության բարձրացման ծրագրերը սուբվենցիայի շրջանակներում։
2020 թվականին Հայաստանի 14 համայնքից ստացվեց 125 շենքի ջերմարդիականացման հայտ, որից հաստատվեց 110-ը։ Ներկայում Վեդիում, Տաշիրում, Սպիտակում, Ստեփանավանում, Իջևանում, Աշտարակում, Քաջարանում, Դիլիջանում, Բերդում եւ Աղթալայում իրականացման տարբեր փուլերում են գտնվում 84 բազմաբնակարան շենքեր։ Նախագծի շրջանակում հնարավոր է իրականացնել նաև մասնակի ջերմարդիականացում, որի կոմպոնենտներից հիմնականը դա տանիքի ջերմամեկուսացումն է, ընդհանուր օգտագործման տարածքներում տեղադրվում են էներգոարդյունավետ դռներ եւ պատուհաններ, փոխվում է լուսավորության համակարգը, տեղադրվում են լուսադիոդային լամպեր եւ տվիչներ։ Իսկ ամբողջական ջերմարդիականացման ժամանակ այս ամենին գումարվում է նաև շենքի արտաքին պատերի եւ նկուղի ջերմամեկուսացում։
Սուբվենցիոն ծրագրի շրջանակներում 2020 թվականից սկսած բազմաբնակարան շենքերի էներգոարդյունավետության բարձրացման միջոցառումները սկսել ենք կիրառել մի քանի տարբեր համայնքներում, ունեցել ենք բավականին մեծ խնայողություն ջերմային էներգիայի տեսքով, խոսքը վերաբերում է մոտավորապես մինչև 50% էներգոարդյունավետության բարձրացման, կարող ենք ակնկալել, որ բնակիչները կունենան մինչև 50% ջերմության ծախսերի նվազեցում։
Ժամանակավոր աշխատատեղերի ստեղծումն ու շինանյութի շուկայի ակտիվացումը նույնպես այս ծրագրի դրական ազդեցության հետևանք է։ Ջերմարդիականացման աշխատանքներն իրականացնելու համար Սպիտակում շուրջ 165 աշխատատեղ է բացվել։ Ընդհանուր առմամբ 2020 թվականի պետական սուբվենցիոն ծրագրով շենքերի էներգոարդյունավետ արդիականացման աշխատանքներն իրականացնելու համար հանրապետության ողջ տարածքում շուրջ 1260 ժամանակավոր աշխատատեղ է բացվել։ Բնակիչները պատրաստակամություն են հայտնում որոշ չափով իրենց ներդրումներ ունենալ, միայն թե վստահ լինեն, որ իրենց շենքը երթնել կհասնի ու իրենց մաշկի վրա կզգան ջերմարդիականացման բոլոր դրական արդյունքները։
Սովետական շրջանում կառուցված շենքերում ցավոք սրտի բացակայում են էներգոարդյունավետության կամ ջերմամեկուսացման տարրերը։ Դա նշանակում է, որ մենք ունենք բավականին մեծ ներուժ այդ աշխատանքները իրականացնել, ստանալ բարձր էներգախնայողություն եւ հույս ունենք, որ ծրագիրը շարունակական կլինի եւ կկրկնվեն նմանատիպ աշխատանքները արդեն բոլոր համայնքներում։
Բնակիչների ներդրումն այս պարագայում կլինի կൂട്ടակային հիմնադրամի տեսքով, որը կգոյանա նրանցից հավաքագրված վճարներից։ Հետագայում հիմնադրամի գումարները կօգտագործվեն շենքերի պահպանումն ու շահագործումն իրականացնելու համար։ Ջերմարդիականացումից հետո ծախսերի կրճատումից զատ շենքը ստանում է նաև ժամանակակից արտաքին տեսք եւ առանձնանում համայնքի մյուս շենքերի ֆոնին։ Այսպիսով, 2020 թվականի պետական սուբվենցիոն ծրագրի շրջանակում համաֆինանսավորման համայնք, պետություն, ՄԱԿ-ի զարգացման ծրագիր սկզբունքով իրականացվող 55 շենքերի ջերմարդիականացման աշխատանքները մոտենում են ավարտին։
Սուբվենցիոն շրջանակում մեր համագործակցություն ՏԿ նախարարության հետ դա ծրագրի ուղղություններից միայն մեկն է, որը վերաբերում է բնակելի եւ հասարակական շենքերին Երևանից դուրս։
ՄԱԿ-ի զարգացման ծրագրի եւ կլիմայի կանաչ հիմնադրամի ծրագիրն աջակցում է նաեւ հասարակական շենքերի ջերմարդիականացմանը։ Երևանի քաղաքապետարանի հետ համագործակցության արդյունքում այս պահին ջերմարդիականացման շինարարական փուլում է գտնվում 22 մանկապարտեզ։
Երևանի էներգոարդյունավետության ծրագրի շրջանակում նախատեսվում է շուրջ 50 մանկապարտեզների ամբողջական վերակառուցում եւ եւս շուրջ 100 մանկապարտեզներում էներգոարդյունավետության այսպես կոչված հորիզոնական միջոցառումների իրականացում, այսինքն ոչ ինվազիվ։ Այդ 50 մանկապարտեզներում նախատեսվում է սեյսմազինվածության բարձրացման միջոցառումների իրականացում, էներգոարդյունավետության բարձրացման միջոցառումների իրականացում, ինչպես նաև հասանելիության միջոցառումների եւ բնականաբար համաշինարարական աշխատանքներ, ներքին հարդարում եւ այլն։ Ինչու՞ն է ծրագրի դերը։ Ծրագիրը ըստ էության իրականացրել է բոլոր նախապատրաստական աշխատանքները, այդ շենքերի սեյսմիկ հետազոտությունները, էներգետիկ աուդիտները, նախագծանախահաշվային փաստաթղթերի մշակումը, ինչպես նաև մենք ենք իրականացնում հեղինակային հսկողությունը եւ տեխնիկական հսկողությունը շինարարության ընթացքում։
Վստահ եմ, որ այսքանից հետո շատերիդ մոտ հետաքրքրություն է առաջացել եւ բնական հարց ցակել։ Ինչ անել, որպեսզի ձեր շենքը նույնպես դառնա էներգոարդյունավետ։ Պատասխանը շատ պարզ է։ Այցելեք մեր շենք.am կայք եւ այնտեղ կգտնեք ձեր բոլոր հետաքրքրող հարցերի պատասխանները։
If we can come back to the presentation, please. Just to add that the website shown is already working and operational, and it's interactive. It's linked to the map, and one can enter there and see all the retrofitted buildings so far implemented in Armenia, still in the frames of this project, but we plan to add all the other buildings implemented in Armenia with other projects as well, with your projects as well, with R22 projects, so public buildings also will be there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vahram. This was really, really impressive, and thank you for showing us the visuals. I think it's very important for us to see the results, and thank you for bringing up again another important cooperation with the government and with the municipality and with the ministry, which is extremely important in this kind of ecosystem of residential energy efficiency. And what you also mentioned, I think, was really important, that not only full retrofits, which of course the full retrofits are the aim that we are all aiming for, but maybe to start with the partial retrofits are also important, and that the homeowners can build on after they save more and more money. So thank you very much for this. And I encourage people still to include questions in the chat or prepare your questions. We will take those questions at the end. And I give the floor now to Johan Streze to present the best examples from EVO. Johan, please.
Hello, Sita. Good afternoon, dear participants. Varsenik, will you share my presentation or should I? Okay, I will check.
We can see your screen now, Johan.
Okay, nice. Okay, I will talk only about a few examples how we work with homeowners and support them. And as Varsenik mentioned, we don't have so much time, so I will skip some slides. Yeah. So
Johan, I think it's still fine. So I think it's important that we discuss the most important things. We still have about half an hour, so I think we are still good. Thank you so much.
Okay, maybe some words about our organization. We were established 20 years ago in Berlin, and we were established to support the transition in Eastern European countries and mainly post-Soviet countries, support these countries in transition of housing sector, because as you know, most of these countries have built a lot of buildings, multifamily buildings, and they faced similar challenges like in the former GDR in Eastern Germany. And in Eastern Germany, it was achieved in between 10 and 15 years. Mostly the buildings which were built in prefabricated manner, they were refurbished within this time, and it was sought to help with this knowledge in other countries to refurbish also the buildings. So we are a member-based organization. We have around 30 members. These are also NGOs working on housing issues in Germany, but also companies, ministries, other institutions which support us in our work. So we are working in a lot of countries. Here you can see some of them where we are active or were active. If we include also countries where we are working with partners from COMEX project where Sita, you are coordinating, so it would be a bit more. Yeah, we are supported by European Union programs, German ministries, and other international donors who fund our work. I won't say so much about the building situation because it was already mentioned in the opening speeches. We are facing quite similar situation that in almost all Eastern countries, Eastern European countries and Central Asian countries where we are also working, we are facing a high private ownership rate. And this is due to the privatization during the 90s when most of these countries become independent. They privatized the buildings and the flats to the inhabitants. And what was so at the beginning quite a good solution to solve many housing problems is, in our point of view, created a lot of more problems and makes it quite complicated, as because in the 90s people became owners of the flat, but no one supported them to become really the owner, and with all the obligations you also have as an owner. So this is a big difference comparing with Eastern Germany, where almost no apartments were privatized, and the government kept these buildings in their ownership or transferred it to municipalities, which use them as they have the obligation to provide to their owners social housing or affordable housing. Yeah, but in Eastern countries we have really high rates. So it's in post-Soviet countries, they are mostly about more than 90% high. So what happened to this? These buildings, they were mostly built 30 or 40, 50, some of them 60 years ago. They are in really urgent need of modernization. And many of the owners are still in the mentality that they are tenants. They just pay something for that, and for the refurbishment or the concrete maintenance, the government is responsible. So they are also not satisfied by the management, which is in some cases provided by communal or municipalities. They don't know how to make a difference in the building, so it's a big lack of awareness, and most of them are under risk of energy poverty because their buildings are using a lot of energy, and people who are living in this multi-family buildings usually don't have some high salaries or incomes, and are now facing higher prices. Higher prices. The governments are not able to cover the increasement of the prices through subsidies, so it's a quite big challenge to pay for the bills, energy bills, for that. And yeah, as mentioned, the building are not energy efficient. So how we try to help homeowners in multifamily buildings. So there are a lot of approaches, but I would say what we usually should start from is to help homeowners and to help them on different levels, because loose homeowners are not aware about that they have to join forces to make a difference in their buildings, and in some cases it's quite difficult to say people that you have to create a homeowner associations, because they always thought the government will come and will repair the roof, repair the wall, whatever is needed, what is usually not so often happening. And we noticed that we have to work with them, and we started to support projects or create projects where we create homeowner associations. We support people who are motivated to make a difference in their building, and go through the whole process of creation of a homeowner association. So what we did, here is one example which was funded by a German Friedrich Naumann Stiftung from 2012 to 2015. We provided trainings for specialists how to manage homeowner associations, because this is what is still lacking as well. Once you create a homeowner association, you need someone who takes the responsibility for the whole internal processes, and also the processes which are related to external. So, for example, their connections to the communal infrastructure, water, heat, district heating, whatever is needed, waste management. And we also created guidebooks with partners where legal, financing, technical, organizational, social aspects were covered and presented in seminars. What also was important in this project is to create a network within the country. You have a lot of people some of them have solved some things, but some are still facing challenges. And by bringing them together, they see there are a lot of similar, enthusiastic people who are working on something, and they start to network with each other and help each other in some issues. So this we supported them, and especially in this project, to establish homeowner associations. And once they are established, so we also supported to provide their managers of the buildings to understand how they can start energy efficient measures or implement them. So you also mentioned, Sita, that it's important not only the holistic one, which is the favorite of us, but also the partial one, and even that people should know how to start, and the managers or people responsible for the management are in a key role position for that. So learning by doing practical. We also supported some small in this project, some smaller implementations of energy efficiency. Then another project we had conducted in 5 Eastern European countries, in Azerbaijan, Belarus, Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine. And here the approach was also to support in these countries, or especially in the target regions, to support the homeowners. And our approach was to create technical or support technical advisory centers. Some call it resource centers in the European Union. Some could call it maybe one-stop shops. So it could be. It was the idea to support organizations which were already working on these topics, on housing topics, support them through trainings, that they increase their knowledge on these topics, and starting from establishment of homeowner associations, then how to manage buildings, multifamily buildings, then how to start energy efficient refurbishment, or at least some measures, and also working on legal frameworks, because in most countries the legal frameworks are not so optimal for refurbishment. So what were the results? We supported 11 technical advisory centers in these countries. Unfortunately, none of them were in Armenia. But yeah, there is some results of this project were that we supported also trainings from all stakeholders we involved in the project. So we had more than 160 events where almost 3,000 people participated. We started on international level with we exchanged experience within the partner countries. Then it went down and down to regions and local municipalities where our partners and their stakeholders provided more trainings and seminars to concrete target groups. The partners provided consultations. There were more than 5,000 consultations for homeowners who were interested to improve the situation in the buildings. Hotline consultations. So I still remember partners in our international meetings. Their phone were all time ringing because people were calling them. They were in need to help them, and so they were all the time working, because it shows there were a real demand on support from these people. And as we started really grassroots, people there, it was a low threshold to enter in this project. So to ask for help. Yeah, or the partners in the regions, they supported more than 1,200 homeowners associations, so the establishment of this, especially most of them were established in Ukraine, because it came in a time when Ukraine started to force people to create homeowner associations, because it was needed that people become organized. So so we used this time and approached people or supported people who make the initiative to create a homeowner association, and we established hundreds of homeowner associations in Ukraine and in other countries as well. So we had our partners conducted also more than 500 meetings with homeowners, with almost 8,000 participants. And if some of you participated once in a homeowner meeting, so it's a quite challenge when you have loads people and you try to bring them together. So it was really a hard work. And we reached almost 2 million people through different channels. It's newspapers, websites, meetings and radio and so on. So, but what shows us that such kind of approach is very much needed. You need organizations who are working on the ground and who are supporting the homeowners, who are quite well approachable for these people. And it shows really that if you have organizations who are interested in the work with homeowners and the housing field, so you can make a difference while supporting them, that they increase first their capacities and then provide them. What other approaches we have to support homeowner associations or homeowners are, for example, is to train professionals who are working in housing sector. This is actually, it's a topic of the whole conference the next 3 years, 3 days, that we have different problems on the chain, on the way from the homeowners to a refurbished building. And first is to support housing managers or train housing managers, make them more professionals, refurbishment managers. So you usually need also people who understand what is a process and energy efficiency, especially on homeowner associations. It's not a single family building where you are talking to the one owner, you decide what to do, and then it will be implemented. In multifamily building, the processes are more complicated and takes much more time. So you need people who are really fit in that. So caretakers, or in Germany we call them Hausmeisters, it helps also because once you have small issues happening in the multifamily building, and if you fix them quite fast, so they don't become a bigger problem. What is also often a problem that people once where the maintenance and the care of the building is not so good, people are not really care about the building so much. They are not aware that the building becomes worse and worse, and one day it will be not possible to live there. And caretaker, they can make also a difference because they fix smaller problems. They are first contact persons in the buildings. Then what is also necessary is to support representatives from consumer protection NGOs, because once the processes of energy consumption is already ongoing, so the people need support there. Sometimes they need support in other communal services. Once energy refurbishment will go on in a broad way, so you need someone who support the homeowners in front of, for example, construction sector, because it's obviously that they will need support and they will need objective additional information to understand, is it what the offer I receive, is it a good one, or should I ask for something else? And the most objective support we can imagine is to receive it from consumer protection NGOs. Then social workers, we have to work with homeowners. We have very different homeowners in these buildings. People who have higher education and people who left school without any certificate. So it's in different incomes. So it's very much needed that we have social workers who can work also with this target groups. Energy service providers, so it's important to work with the ones who supply the energy, but also energy service contractors, for example, organizations who can provide holistic approaches, which is understandable for the homeowners. And many others. I cannot tell all about them, but I think to come back to the technical advisory centers, it's really important. And in all countries where we were working, you have organizations which are already working with homeowners, and while supporting them, increase capacities and provide them continuously support so that they are sustainable. starting in one small region and one small municipality, and then go on and on, then that it's becoming more and more common. It could be a starting point. So yes, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Johan, for bringing so many important issues. I think what you just started with to show us the commonalities of this whole region, of starting from Central Eastern Europe and Central Asia. I think there's so many commonalities. The buildings look very much the same. The history is very much the same. So I think this is a huge opportunity for us to exchange best practices, and I think this is what we are doing. This is why we are having this conference, because there are so many commonalities that we can share across the countries, and get the good examples from the countries where it worked to the countries where it is just starting to work. So thank you so much for showing us all of that, and again stressing the importance of starting from the basis with the homeowners themselves. This is really the main starting point. So thank you very much. I want to give the floor to Andres now to show us and talk about a little bit from example on Estonia. Andres, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I try, first of all, to share my screen.
Sure.
And one moment.
No problem.
One moment. Sorry about this, but so you see right now my screen, yes?
Yes, perfect.
So thank you very much, and great honor to be invited on so high-level annual conference, and greetings to Yerevan. I've been there many times, but this time is not able to come. And I take my presentation for three parts. One of them I give overview about European background, what's political level we have in housing in European Union, and later become overview about Estonian long-term renovation strategy, what is quite interesting, I think. And finally, I share some experience from Estonia, what we're doing in our organization and Estonian Union of Housing Cooperative Associations. So we start from European Union. You know, in European Union, we have big goal to have building climate neutral Europe. This is European Union strategy for next couple of years till 2027. And one of part of this big strategy is European Renovation Way. This means that all European Union, we orientate to the renovation of the building stock. You see here in this slide that the housing is one of the largest energy consumers in Europe, and only 1% of buildings are renovated every year. This is not enough.
Andres,
yeah.
sorry to interrupt you. I think we cannot see the next slide. I think it is stuck on the first slide. I'm very sorry for this.
Okay. Right now you see it changed?
No, we just still see the first slide.
Okay.
The introductory one.
Maybe I pause.
Maybe you can stop sharing and okay, now we see.
Right now?
I think it's loading. Okay, now we see the second slide as well.
You see the second slide. Okay.
Yes, building a climate neutral Europe.
Yeah, okay. This is building a climate neutral Europe, and here is you see the next slide. Need of European renovation.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay. And you see in the full screen this or
no, we see it in not in the presentation mode.
Okay. Okay. You see in presentation mode I try to put here. Sorry, here is some.
It's fine. I think it's fine like this.
It's technical things, and if you see this, and 75% in Europe is energy inefficient, and we must all together think about this. And this way we have a part of European Union renovation way, and European Union of created some strategies. Renovation wave in Europe, greening of buildings, creating jobs, improving lives, and here is many strategical document from European Union's side. I think I run for this slide, and you can check this later. And one important point is we must speak, if I think in same in Armenia and the other countries, the energy prices is rising, especially in this winter, and this week we must speak about energy poverty. This means that the people must have not spend all income to buy living or housing, but this one part is this renovation of buildings on energy efficiency in the buildings, and by the European Union rules, by the long-term buildings renovation strategy in Europe, every member country must have the own national energy and climate plans. That's what we are doing in Estonia. I come back to Estonia and see this Estonian situation is quite unique. This means that we have all the apartment buildings, around of 97% is private ownership, and most of them is organized by homeowners associations. This is common type of organization in Estonian housing, and we start together with government to renovate the housing stock. This is similar like like in Armenia or the other countries, the former Soviet Union. And we have a quite big access. This means that with 10 years, we have already full renovated like 1,100 apartment buildings. But by the Estonian goals, by the long-term strategy for Estonia, we need to renovate 14,000 apartments. All general in Estonia, we have 27,000 apartment buildings. This means there's 14,000 needs some quick renovation. And for that, we have in 2020, we have in Estonia created Estonia long-term renovation strategy. And we have like 5 or 6 goals for the next 20-30 years by using the own government money to support renovation or using European Union money to have more concrete results. Here is some pictures how we can do this, and here is the most scale of objective what we need. Thus, we need decarbonize the Estonian existing building stock. This means the multi-block houses, same time the private-owned houses, to minimize climate risk and more strategical have a view for the next 20 years how we can renovate our building stock. I'll show some this is huge strategy with between many ministries, like my colleague from Armenia state. This is important work together with local authorities, with ministries, with NGOs. You see many partners, universities, ministries, local authorities. This is really national strategy of renovation. Here you see the map of Estonia, and you see what role they play the different cities here, and this is really really long-term strategy till 2030 30 and 50. Right now, a little about our organization, Estonian Union of Housing Cooperatives. We have in the independent organization, we have biggest housing organization in Europe. In Estonia, we are part of the Housing Europe, who is the biggest organization in Europe. We work very closely together with UNECE and UNECE from Housing and Land Management. And our organization, we have UN Geneva Charter of the Excellence, this for sustainable living. We are more oriented to the education. We train every year more like 5,000 people. We help the government to prepare the homeowner association for renovation, and really we feel that we have quite strong team together with ministries and different players in the market. At the same, we are member of Housing Europe. Housing Europe is this biggest housing organization in Europe with 26 million homes. And Estonian Union, Estonian Union Housing Cooperative Association, we are part of the board of Housing Europe too. This is 9 members board, and we have only member for I can say the former eastern part of Europe. Here you see we have a center of Geneva UN Charter of Sustainable Housing. We work together with UN different initiatives, together with UN Habitat for Humanity, for UNC, many training education. A couple of years ago, we have delegation from Armenia. We visited different ministries, different financial institutions. So we work very close together with partners in the eastern part of Europe too. Back to the energy poverty. We are right now working with many countries of Europe, how we can prevent energy poverty in Europe. We have built up some energy poor support programs. We have certified some energy supporters and mentors, and we create in these countries like local energy poverty offices. And we train the people to understand more about energy poverty. And I'm happy one of the energy mentor myself to have this training to do what we can do. And here is the 5 elements what we can do, how we can prevent the energy poverty. In focus on this is homeowners, homeowners apartment associations. We make education and training. In our website, you have ready-made solutions. We give information about different financial initiatives, how to renovate the house, and share the best practices. Right now, we go to best practices. Maybe interesting to see. This is, we have city of Rakvere. This is like 20,000 inhabitants, and here we have like renovated together like quarter renovation, renovated together like 80 buildings. This is quite interesting project, and we can make some presentation in the in the next conferences in future. Right now we have not time. Here is one big building in Tallinn, our capital. This is more like 200 apartment, and this is, we speak in Estonian renovation, we speak only full renovation. This means that we put the solar panels, we put the heating system, we have totally full renovated house, and approximately one renovation costs, such kind of big building cost about 1.5 million euros. And our future, what we right now do together with Tallinn Technical University is renovation with prefabricated external elements. Here you see the first building was part of Tallinn Tehnika University campus. This was former student home. This was renovated, and all these panels, what you see in the photos, is prefabricated in fabrics, and we can renovate one building with 1 week. This is very easy and very complex week to see, and we are happy that the first homeowners association have here I can share experience about the first example by the Tehnika University, and here only in 23rd of February in this year, a couple of months ago, we have opening of the first renovation with prefabricated elements from homeowners association, and right now we are preparing like 50 new. This is really like a future of renovation. We think not only in Estonia, but maybe all in eastern part of Europe, in Armenia, when we have so-called Soviet time block houses. This is really very quick renovation. 1 week, even you see in the winter time. This was very efficient and quite interesting solution in the experience from Estonia, what we can share in the other countries too. And this is from my side. Okay, sorry about this. My presentation was not in presentation view. I don't know why, but this normally this work, but this is maybe some technical things. And I'm really very sad that I cannot be in Yerevan. I was in Yerevan a couple of years ago. Here I'm together with Mayor of Goris. I don't know if he is still the Mayor of Goris or not. We help City of Goris in renovation together with UNECE to have a new strategy for renovation and from the government of Mayor. And here is before this COVID, and this was really a successful meeting, and thanks you again, Armenia, for his great hospitality, and really bad that I cannot be physically in Yerevan today. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and congratulate my Armenian colleagues for access of relief project and what they're doing in Armenia. Really, I appreciate this what changing are happening in the last year in Armenia. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Andres, and thank you for your presentation. Thank you for showing us another kind of cooperation, how important it is to cooperate between the organizations and share knowledge, like you showed us with the UNECE, UNDP, Housing Europe, and other organizations that you are a part of. Thank you for this. And I think this is great to end up our presentations with this kind of future forward-looking type of renovations, really what you stress, these prefabricated elements, using this as a renovation. This is a great example, and I hope this will be the future. And thank you for showcasing this. And I hope this will be taken over by other countries as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would like to thank all the speakers. I'm very sorry that we reached our time and we don't have the time for questions, but we received some of the questions in the chat. I will distribute them among the speakers, and we will try to answer the questions offline. After the conference, we will share all the presentations. So all the presentations will be available for the participants. I would like to thank again everyone for listening in online and offline as well. I am myself also very sorry I cannot be in Yerevan. I was planning to be there, but the circumstances changed, unfortunately. So I hope next time we can all meet in person. I would like to thank all the speakers again for presenting your best practices. I think these are so inspirational examples, and I hope they will grow in the future and we can all cooperate together. So thank you very much. I believe we are now going into a lunch break, and I give the floor back to Varsenik. Thank you all.
Thank you, Zita. It was a very interesting session, and now I want to invite all people for the lunch break. The lunch is served, and we will show you where the place is. And I would like to kindly ask everybody to be back at 3 o'clock, so we will start our next session. Բոլորին հրավիրում եմ ճաշի սրահում ժամը 3-ին խնդրում եմ վերադառնալ։
There are holes on many sides, but I would say it's the main. Yeah. It's like saying this type of it's clear. Okay, well, great, the best. Thank you. So the press release went out today. So that's why I in the past tense. So they make it check on Friday. That's fine. Okay, and we'll probably do something similar on the UNECE side with more, more information on the UNECE. But definitely Friday. Well, I'll this well, usually with the press release, it makes sense, right? That just before or at Friday or again, our guys in Geneva is not the program. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Главное всем.
Հա, ես արդեն խոսեցի, մերոնք IGF-ից շատ արագ արձագանքեցին, պայծրաշկարեցին, մալացի, հա, մի օրվա մեջ սա արեցի։ Մերսի շատ։ Նստե ինձ դիքին պաստե առաջ վերջի օրով կանգնացրեց, ճիշտն ասած։ Չանեմ արդյոք տեսնեմ էլի վերաբերեմ ներս թե դրսում կանգնած են։ Ինչ։ Սկսենք, հա, սկսենք։ Դա լեզ ճիշտ ասում գտես։ Լավ, ես սկսեմ այդ մի հատ ներս հրավիրեմ տնեմ այնտեղ շատ մարդ կա, ասեմ գամ ու սկսեմ։ Կլսենք, ասում ես։ Մենք արդեն երկրորդ նիստն ենք սկսում։ We are going to start session 2 and I would like to invite all participants to the wing. Հրավիրում եմ բոլոր մասնակիցներին դահլիճ, որպեսզի մենք արդեն սկսենք երկրորդ նիստը։ Շնորհակալություն։ So for those who just joined online or just came, I would like to introduce myself. I am Arseniy Khloyan. I work at Habitat for Humanity Armenia, and I am the project manager of Rely project. I have the honor to be the moderator of this session, session 2, which is focused on policy analysis, legislative, institutional, and financial gaps in the housing sector. And this is a very crucial and important issue, which is which many CIS and even Eastern European countries face currently in order to do a proper management of the buildings and energy refurbishment of multi-apartment housing stock. Just shortly, I will give the structure of today's session. We will have 60 minutes of presentations presented by 3 of our esteemed speakers. And then at the end, we will have 15 minutes for questions and answers. I was also asked by from our first session moderator that we had one speaker in first session who couldn't join online. And they are asking whether we can do the presentation in this session. So in case we are left with time, after we finish with 3 of the presentations of this session, we will give the floor to the speaker also to present his presentation. So now I would like to introduce the esteemed speakers of today's session. And I will introduce by the order they are going to speak. First, we will speak Ms. Elena Milanovska, and she is Associate Director of Central Eastern Europe, Middle East, and North Africa region in capital markets and financial inclusion. And she works at Habitat for Humanity International. She is responsible for the regional expansion strategy and capital mobilization strategy by including creating partnerships with financial institutions and investors. And she has also contributed in the research of the gap analysis in housing sector in Western Balkan countries. Our second presenter is Ms. Astrine Pasoyan. And most probably many of you already know Ms. Pasoyan. She is an expert in energy efficiency, and she is a policy advocate in Central European countries and CIS countries in the field of energy efficiency. She has contributed for the legal reforms in the housing sector and in energy efficiency and renewable energy, both in Armenia, in Moldova, Ukraine, in Kazakhstan, and also did certain very good studies for Western Balkan countries. She will be talking about the institutional and policy gaps in the housing sector of Western Balkan countries. And our third speaker is Ms. Yelena Solgayova, and she is a co-chair of Housing 2030 initiative. She has been long working for the Slovak government in the Ministry of Transport and Construction, and she was in charge of urban development and housing policy development. I have asked her also to present, to talk about the Professional Housing Management Institute, because they had such an initiative and program of creating professional managers for the management of the multi-apartment housing stock. And she agreed, so she will also talk about this issue, and she will talk about the successful reform in Slovakia, which enabled investments in residential energy efficiency. Now, I don't want to take much of the time, and I want to give the floor for our first speaker, Ms. Elena Milanovska, to present her presentation. Please, Elena, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. So good afternoon to everyone from Skopje, Macedonia. It almost feels like a Eurovision, you know, we are calling from a different country, but it is my pleasure to be with you and share our experience in the Western Balkans with the audience in live and online. I wish I was with you there. There was a possibility to travel in Yerevan, but unfortunately, due to the Ukrainian crisis, we were not able to travel. But I do miss Armenia, and I miss your food very much. So hopefully I will see you sometime soon. I'm very happy that I have two other speakers that will be complementing my let's say my presentation today. Hi, Ashkine. Hello, Elena, who are part of the research that we have done. So I will be presenting the findings from the study that we have conducted with RTI Institute, which was commissioned by USAID regarding the gap analysis of the housing sector in the Western Balkans, but comparing it with Slovakia, which was the case of successful implementation of unlocking the capital for the homeowner associations. And Elena Solgayeva was instrumental in all the transition and policy reforms in the Slovakian context. She will be speaking a lot more about that. I will be focusing on the banking perspective, but the report itself has two other aspects, the housing and energy efficiency, and Ashkine will speak a lot more on the institutional and energy perspective a little bit later on. In my presentation, you will find the link to the report and also all of the contributors, so you can reach out to all of us anytime you want, so we can answer all the questions that we will not be able to answer for you today. So that will be the opening. Varsanik, I'm just not quite sure whether someone will show the presentation.
Please put the first presentation on.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm not able to see it. I mean, if there is a, if it's on the screen in front of you, yeah, it's not on the Zoom. Just for
First
those.
one, Hasmik,
Yeah.
first one. Okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, I'm ready actually with the two computers.
No, we have your presentation. We are putting it right now.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you. Fantastic. I can see it now. So maybe you can move on the next slide, please. Thank you. So we do understand the residential housing in general, it's a very complex system and we have a different stakeholders. So just a very short recap before all the other presentation, who are the key players or the key stakeholders when we speak about the multi-apartment building renovation. So we have the homeowners who are probably the crucial and the critical player that we are all trying to satisfy with all of the services we are providing. Then we have the government, who is also from the perspective of a different ministries, agency, municipalities, but also a crucial player who is let's say, my apology, it's responsible for the regulation, for the national policy and building, someone who is really initiating all of the necessary systems and policy reforms in place to enable and open and unlock the markets for financing and funding the homeowner associations and the renovations that are necessary. Then we have the homeowner association as a separate body, but also as a maintenance. And in a different country in the Western Balkan, as well as it is in the CIS, in the Commonwealth of the Independent States, is the same. So we have a different rules, we have a different regulation, we have a different way that the homeowner associations are regulated, who is regulating and who is maintaining them, what are the payment methods, what is the reinforcement of these payment methods, and how do they vote and how do they make the decision related to the renovations. And then, of course, the most crucial aspect is the source of financing, but they're all interconnected. The financing is probably the last aspect that we will be always looking at, because to unlock the capital into a certain place, you have to have all the other things already being ready for this investment. So if we can go on the next slide, please. This is just a small snapshot of the Western Balkans. Probably you understand a little bit more than me. The CIS, I'm familiar, of course, with the CIS state, but this is for the Western Balkans. So currently, the market for the thermal rehabilitation of the multi-apartment buildings, it's over 4 billion euros. This is a significant market. So when we are looking at this market, there is an extreme potential for investing into it. And it's related with so many of the agenda that already exist on the market. Lending to homeowner association is insignificant, or in a very simple word, almost not non-existent. The banks perceive lending to homeowner association as extremely high risk due to the multiple decision makers and lack of collateral. And I will be speaking later on because I'm focusing with this presentation on that aspect. And then it is indeed one of the single largest untapped investment markets. So there is a win-win proposition. If we can find a way and modalities how to unlock this market, it will be a win-win position for everyone, for the government, for homeowner association, for the climate community, for the energy community, and for the investment community. I think this is a little bit further away. I think it should be a slide before, if I'm not mistaken. Can you please? After this one, it should be another one. It's about the benchmarking from banking perspective. Okay, no, can you go back? Okay, for some reason, yeah, okay. So it doesn't matter, but what we were trying to do is really create a benchmark and try to understand what are the perceived risk and what are the real risk from the banking perspective. So we've done it an analysis of the homeowner association risk from the perception of the bank, also analysis of the provisioning requirements and rules, the monetary policy and banking regulations. We did the analysis of the possibilities to create a guarantee funds and different type of a guarantee mechanism for lending to homeowner association. We did the analysis of the existing commercial bank products that are currently available for homeowner associations, as well as we did analysis of the product that are offered by development banks in the country and their availability to homeowner association. So, okay, so now you found, yeah. Some of them maybe are hidden, but I can see them. So this is just what we were, when we were trying to do the analysis, what we were trying really to analyze a little bit in more in-depth in 4 Western Balkan countries. And I did not mention them before, but I'm going to mention them. It was Kosovo, Serbia, Northern Macedonia, and Bosnia and Herzegovina. So those were the markets where we were the most interested, how this, what are the banking perceptions, but also what are the real risk with this. If we can move on the next slide, please. So the banking from the banking perspective, we have 3 different pillars, let's call it. So one is the financial availability, then it's the institutional capacity of the homeowner associations and the viability of the lending. So there was a different gaps that we identified in the process of all this analysis. First of all, when we are looking at the financial availability, access to financing is very limited. And then it's primarily supported by the municipal or sometimes state sources or funds, banks that do not offer credit or product lines that are targeting the homeowner association. So this is still a very limited, overly subsidized schemes that we don't see any potential of scaling up or replicating in any of the markets. Then on the institutional level, we are trying really to understand the homeowner association. There is a low institutional capacity for financial management, but also of their assets, but also for the financial reporting. Because we do understand that if you don't have this financial management in place, if you're not reporting well, if you're not able to provide any type of a collateral and manage your own assets, then you're not a viable client for the banking sector or for any sector in that respect. And then the viability of the lending is the limited perception of the true market size. So in one aspect, we did recognize that there is not much awareness that is happening among the banking sector. How big is this market? What are the standards and what are the provisioning requirements? So in that respect, for us was a little bit interesting to see that even though we are talking about 4 billion euros of a market in a very small countries. I mean, all of these countries, a couple of million, 2 million is Macedonia, probably even less than 2 million. Kosovo, of course, Serbia, it's a little bit bigger than us, but we are talking about small size, but the market, it's significant. So there is the very limited perception of the market from the banking perspective, but also from other players that are instrumental in moving on this market along the lines, even in the government, the different ministries or the different agencies. Can we move on, please? So what we did identify as a key gaps, for some reason, the slides are not going the same way I have them. Anyway, there was a USAID approach for supporting the energy efficient investments, but we can skip that one because we have also a limited time of the presentation. So we can just move on these key gaps in the banking sectors. So for the homeowner association, in the few of the contexts like Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, Kosovo, and North Macedonia, it's almost non-existent. So there is no credit lines or a financing available for the homeowner association. There is some restricted financing to homeowner association in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but the problem is that in one of the entities of Bosnia and Herzegovina, the homeowner associations are not recognized as legal entities. In other countries, for example, like Republic of Serbia, homeowner of associations, Republic of Srpska, sorry, the other entity in Bosnia and Herzegovina, they are recognized and they are eligible for the commercial lending, but the perception is the risk, because the collateral is what is creating a little bit of a problem for the banks when they are approving the loans, which are of a higher amount on a longer terms. And then in practice, financing is limited or non-existent. And as I said, I mean, most of the things are the banking sector. And I do understand where they come from. So what is their perspective? They cannot lend without any collateral. Unfortunately, when you're lending to homeowner association, you're not lending to an individual that can put their house or their home or their movable asset as a collateral. It's very difficult if you don't have a sources of income as a multi-apartment building to provide any type of a collateral, unless that is a credit history, which we do not have any systems so far in our region, in the Western Balkans, to prove the viability of the payments and how regularly you can pay and what is your affordability levels. Then also another aspect that is a significant gap is the banking regulations. So if you're not registered as a legal entity, then you do have a problem approaching some of the loans, especially for a higher amount, because we do understand if you want to do the renovation of the building, that's not a smaller amount like the individual household renovation. So one is that there is a very strict regulation in requirements for borrowing. There is no specialized credit lines. There is no guarantee mechanism for the homeowner association to decrease the credit risk. And also there is no vehicles to encourage banks to create the specialized credit lines. From the aspect of the homeowner association is the high risk perception from the banks, lack of credit worthiness in many of the cases due to the irregular cash flows, lack of viable collateral, as I was saying, poor collection rates, and sometimes it's not because of the affordability, but it's only because of the historical aspect of being everything was covered in the socialism, communism, however it was in the former system by someone else. So many of the buildings or the enforcement of the collection fee and collection rate and the payments, it's really the cultural thing. We are working quite a lot on a policy level changes to reinforce these fees and this collection of the payments. And then, of course, is the consistency of the reporting, financial management of the homeowner association. Can we move on the next slide, please? So this is the, okay, again, I think that we have a different slides, but this is when you have a conference which is partially like a hybrid conference, online, offline. But these were the recommended actions and next steps that we were proposing from a different perspective. One was what government can do. Another one was what donors can do and what the financial institution, because they're interdependent. If we want really to unlock and we want to trigger this market to develop further, we have to have all the players in the same place. So the governments can continue with the reforms in the housing, energy efficiency, and banking regulation to reinforce a lot more inclusion of the homeowner association, develop a clear strategy in prioritization and financing of the building, carefully target public municipal finance for leveraging the commercial energy efficiency lending, like grants, very targeted subsidies, any type of support schemes, sometimes even guarantee schemes, and then enroll existing or new public agents in promotion and the facilitation of this process. Of course, I mean, learning from the best practices is across the line, so this is not exclusive to the governments only. What donors can do is really streamline the technical assistance for the policy reforms, because the policy reforms happens in one point of time, but it takes so much of a time to get there. So there is a lot of lobbying, there is a lot of convening, there is a lot of advocating before any policies are changed. Then strengthen the capacity of the market players, particularly the homeowner association, for the better creditworthiness, help design tailor-made support mechanism that would not only monitor the projects, but also would help and support the homeowner association in the application process, and also provide all of these safety mechanisms for the banks to feel a little bit more comfortable, even though there is other guarantees that would come along the way. And then the financial institution is to provide affordable, tailor-made financing for the homeowner associations, partner with the government in setting up a different guarantee facilities, and then trying really to develop this market. So it's really, we have to eliminate any grant subsidies that would not be able to scale up and commercialize in a long period of time. That's why I was saying, I mean, some kind of target subsidies are considered, but we want something that would be sustainable in a long term. Work with the central bank and treasuries to design flexible financing products and a project line and facilities, and also partner with the private sector like ESCOs to manage and minimize the risk. So if the homeowner association is not the one who we are targeting, can we find someone else that would take on this risk and then support the renovation of the homeowner associations? I would assume this should be the last slide, if I'm not mistaken. So you have my contact. All of you, please feel free to either contact me, and I will pass to my colleagues, whatever are your questions. And also the publication is available on the site, on our website, getwarmhomes.org. And I would assume that later on, probably we will open the floor for the question, if I'm not mistaken, Varsanik.
We don't have any questions from the chat, but for this session, I would propose to have a question and answer after each presentation, because one of our speakers will also has to leave after her presentation. Therefore, she also asked us to have the questions and answers after the presentation. So if any of you has any question to Elena Milanovska, please ask.
And even if they put in the chat box later on, I don't mind answering and then just sending back to the audience after the session and the conference.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Elena.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to state that all the gaps that were mentioned for the financial sector, financial perspective, it is just relevant for Armenia. It was like talking about Armenia's situation. We have exactly the same problems, and the suggestions that you have made can also be used by Armenia for our consideration in working with the government and financial institutions. And thank you. It was a very interesting study, and you presented it in a very good way. Thank you very much. So I just want to go to the next speaker because we are short in time. So Astrine, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I assume they will be loading the presentation, so I will start with some remarks. Indeed, my presentation is a continuation of what Ms. Melanovska started presenting, and where we've also benefited from the inputs from Ms. Solgaeva. We have looked at the Western Balkans intentionally. The idea was that the Mixed Housing Fund can benefit from the experience of successes that have happened in Slovakia, but also the immense experience of Habitat for Humanity in North Macedonia, where successful models of lending for homeowner associations for energy efficiency retrofits has actually been in place for several years now. And there are more than one model of lending contracts that is functional. A few introductory comments I want to make are essential. The irony is that energy efficiency in general is easier to promote than housing renovation. And part of the reason for that is the general framework of policies that accession countries and early accession countries are receiving from European Union for transposition of EU directives. That includes the Energy Efficiency Directive, the Energy Performance in Building Directives, and these are putting a relatively organized and structured, well-timed agenda for all the energy efficiency regulations in place. The same happens for renewables, electric market liberalization, gas markets, etc. However, when you get into the housing domain, this is a domain which EU leaves for individual countries, sovereign governments to regulate. There's not a unified framework in which they would have a timeline for transposition, for harmonization, etc. And as a consequence of that, there's strict environmental regulation, there's strict energy efficiency, and housing, where environmental and energy objectives collide with individual energy consumer behaviors, falls between the cracks. There's no owner to this sector in this structured policy agenda. Slide regime presentation mode. When we're looking at investments in multi-apartment buildings, we cannot separate one field, one sector of players. That's why Ms. Milanovska showed all those 4 types of players engaged. As a consequence, what we have is we need to look at every individual domain and analyze housing policies. I assume Ms. Solgaeva will talk about that, banking regulations, energy efficiency regulations, and the capacities and willingness of the actual beneficiaries, homeowner associations, to engage. What are our vehicles, our tools in energy efficiency? Basically, this mainstream policy agenda of the EU, energy efficiency targets that these countries must have as part of their transposition agenda, national energy efficiency action plans, building renovation strategies, energy efficiency obligation schemes, building energy audits, passportization, certification and labeling, ESCOs and EPCs, energy performance contracting that Ms. Milanovska mentions, as well as, who are the energy auditors, who are the building managers, and how their skills should be overseen by the government, their accreditation, and basically certification. In the energy efficiency field, our perspective is quite simple. What we see in countries that are lacking and lagging on the agenda of implementing energy efficiency is delays in implementation of energy efficiency policy agenda. That includes Armenia, that includes Bosnia, includes Serbia, Croatia, Georgia, doesn't matter. Every country on this territory is roughly experiencing the same issue. First one is the energy efficiency action plans. Armenia has been working on its third action plan for the recent 2 years. It's in the adoption phase, I believe, but for Western Balkans, they have to have their fourth national energy efficiency plans. EU member countries have their seventh, so the difference is quite large. But it's not just a plan. The plan has a few implementation features, such as having the building stock inventory. In Armenia, that is also a huge gap until now. We don't have a detailed building stock inventory, which would give us an organized set of information, allowing us to identify buildings' performance, and as a next step, screen down and separate the worst performing buildings. As you mentioned, if you probably noticed in the Estonian presentation, they've separated buildings built in 1974 as the worst performing. This is a strategic use of funds and policy resources. You need to find your worst performing buildings. It doesn't have to be the oldest building. For example, Yerevan, where you are right now, has a lot of buildings that were built in 1940s and 50s. Their energy performance is actually substantially better than those built after 1970s, because this is when they started making this prefabricated panel blocks that are basically energy hogs and vortex of losing energy into space, instead of the 60 or 80 centimeter stone walls that were built after the Second World War. So a lot of what we look at in these countries is easy to understand when we actually look at their benchmarking and we create targets where we compare one to the other. Rather than reading this, I want to show you the mapping. When we do stock taking of countries, we've got Slovakia compared to the 4 West Balkan countries, and you don't need to read the detail. Of course, you will be provided this presentation and the study is publicly available. You see where the gaps are. Where we say no, there's lack. There's lack of proper building renovation strategy, national energy and climate plan, transposition of energy performance in buildings directive. And when you get into that domain, that means that there are not enough policy provisions for the national targets to be actually implemented and enforced on the ground. Similarly, the energy auditing and building energy certification. Once you build a building stock inventory, you also need a database of certified buildings to see how their energy performance behaves based on building types and ages and construction material, orientation, climate zones. And in many countries, building energy auditing regulation is either not in place as mandatory. It doesn't have to be for all buildings. A country's as sovereign policy decision decide which buildings should be mandatory for energy auditing. Buildings that are large, buildings that are old, buildings that look that are energy intensive. And the comparison being Slovakia as a benchmark built for a level playing field for energy efficiency players, you need building energy auditing regulation in place, building certification in place, and mandatory provision for large energy consuming buildings, or your enforcement instrument is buildings that are going to be rented or sold. Otherwise, an existing building has no policy provision to be undergoing energy certification. So the only way you can go into a moment of change is when the building is being rented or sold. This is where you enforce mandatory energy certification. And large buildings, obviously. What is also important for us, other than energy efficiency, is the institutional capacities. Colleagues who have, been we've shared projects and we've shared opinions on this matter, know my position on this matter. You probably know about a lot of energy efficiency credit lines that have a technical assistance element. For example, EBRD, Green for Growth Fund, KfW, or many others, World Bank, have a lot of energy efficiency loan mechanisms through banks or direct lending that have a technical assistance element. that would go in, do the energy auditing, help with the project preparation, and then monitoring and verification, and basically do the hand-holding of large projects. However, when we come to multi-apartment buildings, that technical assistance doesn't work. Why? Because it's not enough to do the energy audit, to do the project preparation, because your player on the ground is basically a group of households that are poorly organized. And we've often communicated that, wait a second, if you look at the building stock and organize it by typology, for example, we know in Ukraine there are 13 building types, in Serbia there are 8 building types, in Armenia there's, I think, 6 building types. And because most of this post-Soviet, post-Warsaw Pact territory has had the same central planning provisions, a lot of the buildings repeat. So rather than go in and do energy audits of thousands of buildings, what we can do is design typical intervention packages for standard buildings. For example, UNDP has been working in Armenia with panel buildings that are 9-floor, single or 2 entrances, DSK, Andre's here, so he wouldn't let me lie. So that's a standard building, which we have thousands of just in Yerevan and many other cities as well. So if we can develop the technical design documentation for one building type, we no longer need to exercise technical assistance on that element. Instead, all the TA funds can be directed to do what grassroots groups like Habitat for Humanity have been doing across the region. Our NGO, other groups, with the key loophole, the key bottleneck is actually the capacities of these institutions. Those of you that have ever worked with a multi-apartment building knows that the key to organizing them is actually getting on the ground, doing the legwork, going to the building, knocking on the doors, organizing a general assembly meeting, tearing your voice in explaining to them what it actually means, helping them understand the benefits, the risks, and also demystifying all the possible vicious threats that they expect there's going to happen. They think they're going to lose their apartments. They think, somebody's going to steal their money. They think somebody's going to take away their property. And going to them and doing this work is something that grassroots organization, social service groups, social outreach groups, community groups can do. I strongly believe, and this is my personal opinion, although it also comes through in the study administered by USAID, that institutional capacities of homeowner associations or multi-apartment buildings in general are the key bottleneck. And creating special technical assistance that do the hand-holding, do the legwork for them, do the explanation work for them is critical to opening the door to that market potential that is currently untapped. What we've tried to do in other programs is setting up one-stop shops, advisory centers, community support groups, in cooperation with the municipalities, with local nonprofit groups, and this has worked incredibly, including Slovakia case where the housing agency was basically set up to deliver all this technical assistance and answer all the questions, while homeowner associations gradually learn how to do this, build the capacities, and then are capable to stand on their own feet and do this on their own. So what are the gaps? There's several gaps. We still fight with the existence of energy subsidies, which distort the market for energy efficiency. So gradually making a transition away from energy subsidies, creating cost-effective bankable energy efficiency projects is key. And in countries where poverty is a larger issue, it's difficult to convince the governments because it's, subsidies are an instrument for populistic, policies, and especially in election years, subsidies come into play and very hard to get rid of them. But what you are able to do sometimes is convince the government that rather than giving the subsidies to the people, and this has worked both in Macedonia and Ukraine, redirecting the subsidies to subsidize energy efficiency. In Ukraine, it was possible to monetize the amount of money households will spend less on utility bills, consequently needing less subsidies from the government to pay their utility bills. And this reduced demand for subsidies has been estimated as 2 billion hryvnias and has been transferred to the Energy Efficiency Fund as the capitalization by the Ukrainian government, which was also matched by the donors and IFIs. Institutional capacities are have to happen on several dimensions, not only building the capacities and awareness of homeowner associations, individual households, so that they start understanding the financial benefits, health benefits, environmental benefits of building energy efficiency. Also, the loss of energy in the common space and the importance of doing building level rather than flat level energy efficiency interventions really helps move the train along. Some of the recommended actions are not only the policy reform, but also establishing the energy efficiency funds that will be built on the logic of repayment from savings. Many of the countries have had the difficulty of promoting financing energy efficiency in multi-apartment buildings. And as a result, they have went into direct one-way grant financing in this sector. And that distorts the market and eliminates their future potential. So creating repayments from savings, revolving mechanisms, it is important still to combine and blend them with grant financing, because many of these projects are not bankable. Not only the prices are subsidized, but also many of these buildings need other repairs, including seismic reinforcement, which doesn't yield savings financially. So grant co-financing of up to 70, 60% in the beginning is critical, but there has to be a clear phase out strategy, and people should know that these grants are not going to be in place for the whole time, and gradually they're going to be phased out. It's very important to also have the right trained professionals and improve coordination between donors and other players, including the government. I already talked about that. Some of the things that Ms. Milanovska mentioned, creating guarantee funds and grant blending will help homeowner associations not only to borrow at affordable scheme, but also build the confidence of banks in this sector. What I'm not going to go through, but will be provided for your future reference, are the success stories in energy efficient renovation of multi-apartment buildings. The fourth runners have been Germany, France, Poland, and Hungary, and Czech Republic. And every following slide is basically a case from one country, how they've structured them and how they have financed them using different mechanisms. In one case, it's a grant mechanism. In another case, it's a tax benefit like France, Polish thermal renovation strategy, energy efficient mortgages in Poland, Hungarian credit guarantee fund for energy efficiency and renewable energy loans, Ukrainian warm loans, and later converted into energy efficiency fund. I brought a few examples of this. I believe somebody has probably already talked about Macedonia experience from the Rely project from Habitat for Humanity. And the special case when you don't have a strong homeowner association, but you have a strong private building maintenance company. In Western Balkans, this is more becoming the case. So we choose to work with building maintenance companies who have a strong capacity in procuring services, managing construction, and basically using them as intermediaries to deliver the assistance for the homeowner associations. So the possible perspective for the region is basically using everybody's assistance and pulling it into one, but homeowner associations still need to make the sole decisions. By constitution, by law, in every country, it has to be their decision, which is why they need to be organized, they need to be legally registered, and they need to make a decision to changing the common property. But after that, you can tap the resources of municipalities from money to TA, grant co-financing is common, tapping resources of financial institutions through green affordable loans. Building maintenance companies can be your delivery mechanism. District heating companies are also interested in demand side management because it helps them manage the supply. And donors can not only deliver the scheme, but also support the technical assistance and capacity building while working with the government to finalize policy reform in this sector. This is all I wanted to mention. I probably took more of my time than it was budgeted. If there are any particular questions, I would be happy to go through. Please.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Pasoyan. Is there any question from the win? No. As we are just very limited with our time, I will just thank you. Thanks. It was really very interesting and rich presentation with, we understand all these legal policy gaps which are existent also in Armenia. And this is a good resource to learn what we can do and what are the next steps to do this. But as we are really short of time, I will ask our next speaker, Ms. Elena Solgayeva, to start her presentation. Please, Ms. Solgayeva, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Barsanik, I hope that you can share the screen with the presentation for the audience. Before I start, the warm greetings from sunny Bratislava, capital of Slovakia, to Yerevan. I'm really sorry that I can't be with you, but maybe next time. Slovakia was referred to several times as a relatively successful country. Next slide, please. And I would like to explain, next slide, please. Can we move? Yes, thank you very much. I would start from the middle because I would show you a table describing housing refurbishment in my country. At census in 2011, we have nearly 1 million dwellings in residential buildings. And by the end of 2013, more than 50% of multi-apartment buildings were already refurbished. And in the next 3 years, the proportion increased to nearly 59%. And by the end of the last year, we have more than 70% of our multi-family apartments refurbished in a relatively high technological standard. And I would like to explain in the next slides, in a very brief overview, what was necessary to get there. Next slide, please. As Barsanik said, the story we are listening today to is very similar for all the region. For CIS countries, for Balkans, and for Central Europe, all the countries which had the similar past, the situation is very similar. So I think that it is possible to be inspired by successes of different countries. In 91, we had approximately 1/2 of housing stock in private ownership, but this was usually individual family houses in rural areas. The other half was divided between public ownership, which was the state affordable rental housing, and in our case, some 22% were in cooperatives. When the process of privatization started in 93, it went very quickly. And by 2011, we were left with more than 90% of ownership, with some 3% left in cooperatives and the other 3% left in public rental. Next slide, please. And the challenges of early 90s in our case in privatized housing stock were very, very similar to all the challenges the other countries are facing either in the past or now. The first fact was that housing stock in multi-apartment buildings really suffered with terrible neglected maintenance and repair. And it was privatized since 93. And most of the buildings, in our case, in urban areas, were built in 60s, 70s, and 80s in panel technologies. The new owners in multi-apartment buildings were absolutely not prepared for the new responsibilities. They were not aware of hidden debt of neglected maintenance. And when they paid for their apartments some very funny amount of money, they saw that it was the last time they are going to pay for housing. They didn't understood the responsibility and burden of ownership. And on the other hand, also the owners were reluctant to participate in any kind of decision making, and they were not aware of their responsibility for common spaces. This was really repeated today in several contributions, that people don't feel that it is their responsibility. They are waiting for somebody to do that, and nobody is going to do that anymore. And what was really the technical problem or the substantial problems that no long-term affordable loans were available at the market in that time. Next slide, please. On the next two slides, I will summarize what we did in our country, which enabled us to be relatively successful in refurbishment of existing housing stock. A very clear vision and stability of the state housing policy, because refurbishment and energy efficiency measures and modernization were the priority of the state housing and energy agency efficiency policy since '95. We did, as one of the first countries in the region, inventory and technical assessment of total existing housing stock in condominiums, in multi-apartment buildings in '98. And this actually showed us what the challenge was technically, financially, and also administratively. Since '93, we have a legal framework for condominiums in place. And very important is that there is an obligation to have either a homeowners association or professional manager in multi-apartment buildings to manage the property. And there is also the obligation to contribute to so-called fund for maintenance and repair. And this fund for maintenance repair, I will mention several times in my presentation because this is crucial for financing the refurbishment. This fund for maintenance and repair became actually instrumental as the guarantee, as a collateral for borrowing for modernization of multi-apartment buildings, which is done on behalf and on account of the owners, when the applicant is either the homeowners association or the manager. So there is one application for a house, but the responsibility is on all the owners. In our policy documents, in our communication, it was always very clear description of the roles and responsibilities of all the actors. And in time, through time, also the ability and willingness to perform the tasks developed, which was not there at the beginning. And crucial for that was really permanent communication with owners and managers, which the ministry responsible for housing policy, in this case, it was the Transport and Construction Ministry. We really did permanent communication with umbrella organizations and with the professionals. And as the last step in this development, I would say, was adoption of an act on housing managers in 2015, which actually moved the professionalization and the quality of housing managers further. Next slide, please. On the financial side, very important was that we already, when we did the inventory of the existing housing stock and when we saw what were the technical challenges and what were also the threats. So we introduced at the very beginning in '98 a small subsidy scheme to actually serve as a sort of carrot for unprepared owners to start to be interested in refurbishment. Then in '96, we introduced, I would say it is the State Housing Bank, which is called State Housing Development Fund, which provides long-term loans for priority issues of housing policy. And long-term loans with very low interest and fixed rate interest rate with maturity up to 40 years. And since 2000, the loans were actually also available for housing modernization. But from the very beginning, we insisted on that the loan can be provided only when there is a technical project with also proper technological processes of insulation as a prerequisite for guaranteeing the loan. So actually, this was the way how the general public, I would say, the owners and the managers became aware of the fact that they won't get money unless they do serious technical preparatory work. And fundamental was the fact that fund for maintenance and repair became as a possibility to guarantee as a collateral for loans, and that attracted also the interest of banks, of commercial banks, to provide loans. But at the beginning, there was a state institutions, the State Housing Development Fund and subsidies, which initiated the interest to do the work. And when it started, also commercial banks actually became aware, well, that this might be interesting business field. And in all this permanent exchange of experiences, both on EU level and UNECE level, really help us tremendously, because this really enabled us to do this so really evidence-based policy. Next slide, please. I said that very important is to actually have the national frame for what is intended in the sector. And this was done in our case in housing policy documents. The first state housing policy was adopted in '95. And since then we updated every 5 years. So it is always up to date, reflecting the recent situation. The main principle stays the same, that there is individual responsibility for housing on individual, but state and municipalities actually should support those who from objective reasons can't cope under the commercial market terms. And this is actually a very big part of our population. And there are two main priorities in our state housing policies, because we privatize everything, our affordable housing. So we are trying to reestablish the public rental affordable housing with so successes. And the other priority is this modernization of existing privatized housing stock, which is relatively successful, as I described. And the responsibilities of the state are described in this policy document as being responsible for establishing a legal framework and establishing a system of economic instruments. Next slide, please. Just to go through these instruments, we introduced in '92 already commercial building savings scheme. This is a Bausparkasse system known in Germany, in German-speaking countries. And this was very helpful because this actually taught people to save on a long bay for housing purposes. It became very popular, and it actually contributed in a substantial part to the modernization of existing multi-apartment buildings on this commercial side. Then we introduced also mortgage banking because it didn't exist, but this was not so important for modernization. Then, as I said, the State Housing Development Fund as the state institution, which also provides loans for modernization and energy efficiency intervention since 2000. And as I said, the program of subsidies, which is called Program of Housing Development. In the year 2000, we also introduced the program which only lasted for 5 years, but it was the state support for refurbishment through guarantees, bank guarantees for loans. But then it was substituted in very quickly by having the guarantee for loan as this fund for maintenance and repair. And then also in 2016, we introduced also this single family houses thermal insulation support. Next slide, please. What was very important for State Housing Development Fund, that it provides long-term loans. So the loans actually divided by the maturity, which is usually for modernization 20 to 25 years, actually makes it possible also for families with low income to be able to pay back through this fund for maintenance and repair. And as you see, there are really the fixed interest rates are between 0 and 3. 0 is when the house does total modernization, including pipes and elevators, and insulation, the full insulation, including the roof and the facade and the windows and doors. And also it provides now the loans for removal of systemic failures, which at the beginning, as I said, were covered by the subsidy, but now the subsidy really is decreased to the very small amount. Next slide. It is just the illustration. These are the number of refurbished dwellings with the direct state support. And interesting is, it is since 2007 to 2020, the blue columns are subsidies. So you will see that at the beginning, the biggest proportion went to the subsidies and only small part was loans. The loans are red. But through time, we developed really the powerful instrument in the State Housing Development Fund, and the majority of all the project is financed through the loan. And because the State Housing Development Fund also became accessible for European money when it became possible in 2013, so also the potential of the fund was strengthened by European money. And you see that really this worked pretty well. Next slide. Just to illustrate the importance of the stable, I would say, national financial instrument. You see budget of the State Housing Development Fund since 2000 to 2020. The blue is state budget. At the beginning, the fund was totally dependent on the state budget, but already at the beginning, it started to get back the payments of the loans. And now you see that the majority of funds comes from the repayments of the loans. And the orange part is European money, which came on the top of that. Next slide. As I said, the crucial was the good legislation for housing association or for condominiums. And the other, what I wanted to tell a little bit more about is the professionalization of housing managers. We had actually three types of umbrella organization in housing management. We had homeowners association as one umbrella organization. Then we had cooperatives. And then we had other commercial, I would say, commercial housing managers. And through the communication with all these organizations through years, we actually agreed that it would be useful that there would be an act on housing managers which would describe what are the requirements for a sufficient housing manager. So the act deals with definition of who is the housing manager, describes professional competence, and requires accredited further education. It means that each listed housing management company of any kind must have the persons who went through the accredited further education. And this accreditation or this education, actually the training, covers both legal frameworks, administration, professional technical aspects of the building management, financial management, and responsible performance of professional tasks, of this communication, also the soft skills, social skills of communication with clients, because it's really up to some professional who can understand what is the technical challenge and can communicate it to those who have to decide how to finance this, the modernization. Then the law describes the register. The register is kept by the Ministry of Transport and Construction. And the competence of the ministry is also in keeping the register and surveillance of their performance, and also granting the penalties if that is the need. So next slide, please. I would like to summarize what are the summary recommendations from our point of view. When the country is implementing any legal or economic instrument, it really is very important to have a clear vision what should be achieved, because this can be changed through time, but if we know what we would like to get, we can keep it. Very, very useful is to have the political support. Then it is important to be patient and persevering, because it really takes time to make the difference. And again, to create a stable legislative, and I have to underline this word stable, legislative and financial framework, communication with all the stakeholders, awareness raising, and create simple systems for applicants. Next slide, please. Is actually the last one, and this is my goodbye from Bratislava, maybe from the biggest in Europe panel neighborhood Petržalka, which houses more than 120,000 people. And as you can see on the picture, 99% of the buildings are already being modernized. So it was nice to be with you, and I hope that we can be also for help in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sholkayova. Your presentation really shows the very good case study of how to reach success in the energy efficient refurbishment and maintenance of the buildings. It's kind of step-by-step approach. And this is a very good learning, let's say, path for us. We can like take and go with that. For example, I just even made notes with me that you started with a clear vision for the policy for housing improvements. And then you went with the obligation for tenants to contribute to the fund for the maintenance and renovations. So I can understand that the state plays really big role, because then state provided also low interest loans, and also they provided guarantees for the loans. This is a big help, big support from the state. So we understand that state plays a key role in this path. And I also noted that, so I have one question for you. I have noted that since 2012, the loans, within the whole financing, the loans went significantly up and the subsidies went down. So what was the key factor affecting this? Was this the preferential loan program provided by the state, or this happened due to the revolving fund as a result of the savings of these renovations? What was the key factor for this?
Well, if I may answer that, the main reason was a psychological one. At the beginning, when we wanted to attract people to start to do the necessary work in a broader scale, there was need for subsidies, because you really need a sort of carrot to attract people, because it's so complex, it's so complicated to explain why it is important to do the work, and that actually up to the people to finance it. So we started with a relatively high proportion of subsidies for so-called systemic failures. And this was, again, it came from the inventory from '98, that we have learned that in different construction types, as it was mentioned in the previous presentations, they were repeated all over the country. So they were certain typical construction or technological failures, mistakes. And there was also then technical solution designed for the solution. And for that, it was possible to get the subsidy. But in many cases, it is also required not only to do this work, but also to do thermal insulation. And thermal insulation was from the beginning actually financed through loan. And in the time, we actually got to the stage when there are very few buildings with systemic failures. And people actually get used to the fact that they can have a good loan. And for maybe between 2004 and 2013, it was always much more applications than money available. But this also helped to private sector banks to come with their products and offer their products. But the state housing development fund was always the best, the most convenient, the cheapest one. So there was the sort of competition between applicants for the loan. And when we in 2013 got also a relatively big amount of money from structural funds from European fund as an EU member state, and the fund was there to absorb this money and to distribute it in a very quick and efficient way. So this was the moment when really, again, the numbers of refurbished housing rocketed. And there were really the maximum, some nearly 50,000 housing units refurbished every year. So it is really very potentially strong instrument if the country has own financial institution which can behave according to needs of the society, not according to market interest, but because of public interest. So this is very important. So there was no need for subsidies anymore, I would say at the end.
Thank you for your answer. And I want to invite also the audience, if you have any questions, please direct. No, at this moment, we don't have any questions, and also we don't have any questions in the chat. Anyhow, if any of you will be having any questions, you can direct it to us, and we can also send it to our speakers, to the experts, and they can be helpful in this to solve or to help you to understand how to solve certain issues. And now we are actually run out of the time. We are run out of the time. Otherwise, I wanted also to invite Mr. Jasmin Gapela to present his speech because he couldn't do it during the first session. But unfortunately, we are really run out of the time for today. And I don't want to keep the audience wait, because maybe they had some planned works due to the initially set up agenda. I would go more in accordance with the current agenda, and perhaps if tomorrow we can somehow have some more time left, we will invite also Mr. Jasmin Gabela to present his speech. Hence, now I want to thank all the speakers. This was really very interesting discussion, very interesting case studies, and we understand we have a lot to learn from this, especially from the best case study presented by Ms. Elena Shulgaeva for Slovakia case. And I thank all participants who found time to come to the conference and join us online. If you will have any questions, please direct them to us. And we will also share with you the presentations of the speakers. So I would like to close today's session, and I want to invite you tomorrow for the continuation of the conference, and it starts at 10 a.m. Yerevan time, and we will start with UNECE's workshop, which is dedicated for the guidelines and best practices in Armenia for MSME sector, for delivering energy efficiency products and providing renewable energy equipment. And it will last till 11:30. And then starting from 12, we will continue the conference sessions again. So thank you one more time, all the speakers, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Varsanik. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye.
Լավ ենք, ասում Անժելա ջան, դուք ոնց եք, սյունացել եք, ձեզ չճանաչեցի, սյունպիչոսկա եք։ Հա, ես տեսա, պրոստը ես այնքան զբաղված եմ այսօր